Welcome back, everyone, to day 87 of Vibe Coding an App Until I Make $1 Million. Today is going to be a big day, and I'll tell you why. So today we are using Claude Code. We're using Opus 4.5, which is a fantastic model. This is a great model that we received on Monday this week, and we are going to be using Claude Code. We're going to be using Cursor. We're going to be using Gemini 3 Pro, and today, as you can see up on the board, we have a goal up here, which is going to be the main focus of today. So as you guys know, the last couple of streams, we have been working on an AI clipping agent that is up to par with Opus Clip. So as you guys know, there's huge demand in the space right now for AI clipping agents that are able to take in long form videos and to be able to pump out short form videos that you can then repurpose and post on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube Shorts. You guys get it, but it's a huge feature, and we've been able to actually do really, really well. So right now I'm kind of doing a little bit of work here, before the stream started to be able to actually get this to the point where we are ready. But something that I want to do before we kind of dive in, let me ping the stream, let everybody know that we're live. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, or join the Discord, make sure you do so. Today's going to be a big day because anybody that's interested in like cloud infrastructure, in networking and AWS, today is going to be a big day. NS was first. What's up, NS? J35, what's up? Smart Pixel, what's up? DSAD, what's up? Garfield, what's up? But yeah, happy Thanksgiving, guys. So yesterday, as you guys know, I was not online. I was spending some time with my family, so it was good to get a day off. But I have to say, I am ready to get back to it. Let me ping everybody in the stream real quick in the Discord. But let's get into it. So one thing that I want to talk about, as we get the day started, is I've written up on the board today here, do not lose momentum. And there's a reason that I wrote that up on the board today. When you're working like we're working, you're going to build up momentum, okay? And that when you're working this hard, when you're showing up every single day, and when you're pushing through all obstacles, you are going to build up significant amounts of momentum. And that's what we have now, with taking a day off yesterday for Thanksgiving. I was just kind of doing some thinking, and I was realizing how much momentum this community has, and how much momentum ViewCreator has, and how much momentum all of these things have, and why has that momentum even been built up? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because we've showed up for 87 days, and we've been going incredibly hard on all of those days. And we're at the point now where we've built up momentum, and we have an opportunity here as we come into the holiday season. Most holiday seasons, people kind of start to wind down. They're doing a lot for the holiday season, and it's very, very easy to lose momentum. And I just want to share with you all this morning that we are not going to lose momentum. We are going to actually push harder than we ever have before to end 2025 on a strong note. Because guys, going back to our goals, it's our goal to launch ViewCreator 2.0 by January 1st of 2026 and to hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube by 2026. It was one of our goals to hit 1,000 members on the Discord, but we already did that. So we're probably going to have to set a new goal. I don't know what that goal is, but we'll kind of talk about it as a community. Aperion, what's up? How's it going? Talent Spectre, what's up? Pranay, what's up? How's it going? Thank you, by the way, for that, J35. Appreciate it. So, today is going to be a big day because today, as you guys know, on the last stream, we were able to get our clipping agent actually working. And, I just actually want to go over that a little bit and show you guys, where we're at. I'm going to launch Docker real quick so we can get the AI spun up. But one thing is that, we were able to get this spun up and working and clipping, and we were able to get it to a level where it actually is as good as Opus Clip. And Opus Clip, as you guys know, is huge in the space. They do tremendous amounts of revenue, and that's the only feature that they have. So the fact that we have all this platform that's able to do all these different things, we still are waiting on TikTok. I've checked this morning, we're still waiting. I'll get into that in a little bit, but yeah, just as a reminder, so the goal today is a big one. So now that we have this MVP for our AI clipping agent, we actually need to ship it into production. So, AWS configuration to be able to actually get this spinning up into production. And there's a couple things that we're going to need to do for that. And I actually kind of want to break it down because yesterday morning, you know, before I went and spent some time with my family, I was kind of doing some thinking and some research and trying to figure out, okay, are we actually going to get this into production? Because as you guys know, just because something works locally on your computer does not mean it's going to be working in production. So we have to think through, how is this actually going to work, right? Because how this works right now is, you know, we have ViewCreator AI, right? And that connects with our Nest API, right? And now we have this worker, and that we're now referring to this worker, this AI clipping agent. Schwarbar, what's up? Yeah, consistency is the key, Jonathan. Let's go. Whatever, dude. Let's go. Let's get it, guys. So here we're now connecting with what we're calling ViewCreator Genesis. Okay, and this is the fast API. This is a fast API that's able to clip these things, right? And what we now need to do is today, you know, before we actually get this pushed up into AWS, kind of the second goal, which I guess it technically is the first goal, but we actually have to configure webhooks, you know, as I thought. And anybody can, you know, provide their feedback. Neek, how's it going? Welcome. So we're gonna have to figure out how to make it so that this project here, you know, you're going to go from the UI to the API, obviously, and then the API hands off this job. And right now, how it's set up is that the API is polling. So let's say that you have a job that's doing clipping, right? And then that job is handed off to Genesis, which is our clipping worker. You know, this is going to keep on checking, you know, to see, hey, what's the progress? What's the progress? What's the progress? And it'll pull it a bunch, right? And how we need to actually set this up is we need to make it so that instead of it pulling, you know, this is actually just going to be able to send webhooks back to the job, right? And that what that actually looks like is this Nest API. We don't want it polling like that. We just want one webhook to be able to post that back to the Nest API. So, you know, with that being said, that is going to be, for the most part, you know, the first thing that we're going to be getting started with today. And then as we're doing that, as we're building that, we're also going to have to get this up into AWS. And how we're going to do that is we are going to use Docker to put this up into ECR. And then from ECR, we're going to use ECS. And ViewCreator Genesis, which is the clipping agent, is going to be in ECR, and we're gonna have to build a CI/CD pipeline to be able to do this. Linux, how's it going? So today's gonna be a big day because, you know, just because you build something does not mean it's going to be working in production. So let's lower the desk down, and we're going to be getting this to work, and we're gonna be getting it to work in production. And, you know, to the point that, you know, we talk about a lot is, hey, once we actually can get this working in production and we have these connections to be able to do the posting, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. And we want to make sure that we actually can get this done. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to drop a poll in the chat. If you guys have not already liked the stream, make sure you do so. Today is going to be a very important day, in my opinion. We're going to get a ton done, and you guys are going to see it all live. And that's the goal for today. So right now, I was doing a little bit of a refactor. We had like a job entity that was managing multiple jobs that just wasn't the right architecture for this the system that I want to build. So, you know, I fixed that. But, you know, the first thing that we need to tackle is I did create yesterday morning. I created a README with kind of the plan for the webhooks and for this new system that we're going to have to set up. Why is Docker Hub? Let me get Docker Hub running. Docker Hub is just not running for some reason. Docker Hub. Hold up here. All right. So here we go. Let's go to agents. Jose, how's it going? Gorana, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream, guys. It's gonna be a great day because we're gonna make it a great day. Also, you know, one really cool thing that I want to mention is that, you know, today, I think we're at the point where I can see the path forward for our marketing plan. So, you know, like I mentioned at the start of the stream, you know, we have so much momentum that it's very important that we do not slow down and that we really push hard over the next like 4 weeks until Christmas to get ViewCreator 2.0. You know, so it's interesting because, hey, most people during the holiday season, they've got so much stuff going on that they kind of slow down and they lose their momentum. And something that I'm just reiterating now is that we are not going to do that. We are not going to lose our momentum. It's incredibly important that we do not lose the momentum. And I'm just, you know, kind of telling you guys now, we are not going to lose the momentum, okay? We're going to keep pushing really hard. And if anything, we're actually going to be pushing harder than we ever have before over the next 4 weeks. You know, I just took a day off and I'm ready to go, guys. I feel great. Jesse Pinkman, how's it going? Blocker said, did you optimize the clipping for videos other than screen share type of videos? Yeah, so I was looking into that too. And, you know, what's interesting is that we are going to be able to do that pretty easily. So, you know, that's going to be this concept of scene switching, and we're going to have to make it so that it doesn't just, so we're going to start, the first thing is we have a working prototype, and what we have to do now with this AI clipping agent is we have to get the AI clipping agent running in AWS, okay? That's what we have to do, because once we can get it running up in production, that means I can demo it, that means I can use it instead of Opus Clip, and as you guys know, it's like, I want to be dog fooding this product. I don't want to be using Hootsuite and then using Opus Clip. Like, I genuinely want to be using ViewCreator for everything that we're doing. So, hold on, let's get this clipping worker. So it's called ViewCreator Genesis now. Get this running. So, you know, what we're going to do today is, the first thing is we have to get webhooks. So I want to show you guys what I did yesterday. So if we actually go to ViewCreator Genesis, which is the code name for this project, let's go to, where is it? It's webhooks implementation. So yeah, so webhooks implementation, you know, the current system is we're currently doing polling. So as you guys can see, you know, I had Opus lay out how it works currently. So you can see that's what I was kind of drawing up on the board. ECS specifications won't be too expensive. You know, we'll talk about it a little bit. I was having to do some projections. Based on how much demand it actually has, it could end up costing about $500 a month, but that's only if we actually had like tons of people using that. So best LLM, I mean, all LLMs are different and good for different reasons. Yeah, huge momentum. Jesse, I'm doing great. How are you? So yeah, so right now you guys can see we're polling, right? So the ViewCreator API polls Genesis, right? And then it sends back, it says, yeah, here's what's done. And it says, all right, are we done yet? And then it says, no, we're at status 10%. And then it says, are we done yet? It's status 20%. So, you know, it repeats every 5 to 10 seconds. And, you know, you end up just wasting a bunch of requests. So what we're going to do, and let me move my, I'm going to move my webcam out of the way a little bit here. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up webhooks so that the AI clipping agent, which is a fast API, is actually just able to send webhooks back to our ViewCreator API. So instead of all those polling requests, it's going to be just sending them back, which is really the best approach here. So here's kind of how it works. Yeah, so you guys can kind of see that. And I was working on this and studying it yesterday morning. Okay. All right, so we're going to use this agent here. This one, build successfully, no remaining. Okay. So I'm going to say, what phase are we at now? Make sure you update the README file and tell me, are we done yet, or are there still things to do? Let's move forward with running our migrations. Okay, so this one was doing like kind of a little bit of a refactor for me. Yeah, perseverance is huge. Momo Gamer, what's up? How's it going? Socket should be a good solution instead of webhooks. Let's ask. All right. Victor Jans asked, as the project size increases, how are you ensuring that the LLM output quality stays high? Do you think there is a critical mass at which everything will become unmaintainable? No, I don't. You know, I've worked on projects that were bigger than this one, and it was never not maintainable. As long as you do a good job keeping everything organized, being smart, it's just, I think you'll be okay. Yeah, I think, so it says webhooks win. Yeah, and I do think that webhooks are going to be better than WebSockets for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so the webhooks solution is better than WebSockets because of this. The number one reason is the low event frequency. So a job fires maybe 8 events over 10 minutes. The connection overhead of webhooks is negligible compared to maintaining a persistent WebSocket for that long, and I agree with that. Yeah, no, WebSocket is not the implementation here, because WebSockets like are good for, let's say you have a messaging system, right? That's doing, or like, you know, let's say that you made a stock market data thing, right? That obviously needs WebSockets because, you know, data is changing and needs to be updated every second. But in this case, you know, we can just, yeah, nah. I use Whisperflow, Chris Eddy. All right, so let's take a look. We definitely need to implement this, but because we just updated this, so I think we're done. Yeah, so all the phases are complete here, which this was just a job that I was running. So now what I want to do is, because we updated some things, I want to drop in the webhooks implementation. Review the webhooks implementation. I now need you to review the webhooks implementation and make sure that it is updated with the up-to-date information about the new tables that we use related to the AI clipping agent. Review in depth and update as needed. Also, big shout out to Linux. I appreciate you supporting on Twitch. Also, shout out to YouTube Paranormal over on Twitch as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for pinning the Discord. Appreciate it. Shout out to you guys over on Twitch. Appreciate you. Momo Gamer said, webhooks are good for your purpose. WebSocket is two-way communication, and you don't want that right now. Yeah, because we only need one-way communication from ViewCreator Genesis, which is the code name for our Fast API. So, you know, we could end up using this Fast API for more things than just the AI clipping agent. So before I spun up, you know, some name that was specific to AI clipping agent or AI clipping worker, which it was before, I just thought we'd come up with kind of a cool code name for it, which is ViewCreator Genesis is what we're calling this AI clipping agent. Droid Tech, what's up? Oh, King of Agaro, yeah, nice. Yeah, no, I think I did recognize your icon, I think, yeah. Okay, so we have to do webhooks first, but also, you know, I'm going to open up AWS real quick, and what I want to do is I'm going to sign in, and the first thing I'm going to do just manually, I'm actually not going to be using CloudFormation for this. YouTube Paranormal over on Twitch said, I'm so glad this community has positive vibes and none is like being mean whatsoever. Love that I'm a part of it. Thank you, man. Yeah, that's the ultimate goal. You know, we have a pretty strict, I mean, we haven't really had to deal with it a bunch, but we have a strict, like, no asshole rule. You know, it's just, you know, we want people to, you know, positive energy. And what's cool is that that's what the community has just naturally. So thank you to all you guys for, you know, bringing that energy, because that's what's needed, right? I mean, that's what's needed. So also shout out to all the mod teams and everything, because you guys play a big role in that as well. But really appreciate it. So thanks for saying that, YouTube Paranormal, because I totally agree. So I'm gonna authenticate real quick over on AWS here. And what I'm going to do is the first step is to just create the repository in ECR. So I'm going to go over to ECR here, and I'm just going to create a new repository called ViewCreator Genesis, right? And then once you create that, then we'll be able to set up the CI/CD pipeline. So we'll write some code in a GitHub action. So if you guys are curious as to, how to actually create the CI/CD pipelines, which sometimes, when I was first doing AWS, I remember that it was a little bit complex, and I was like, what in the world, how do I do this, right? So we're going to be building all of that today. So for example, I'm over in, I'm in ECR right now, and here are the private repositories that we already have, right? So ViewCreator Dev Database, ViewCreator Prod API, ViewCreator Prod Database. So I'm just going to create a new one called ViewCreator Genesis ViewCreator Prod Genesis, just because that's the naming convention. And then I'm going to now create this, and here it is. So we already have, let me now give you guys a screenshot. And I'll try and do as many screenshots as I can. AWS is inherently sensitive, but, I'll try and show you guys. So ViewCreator Prod Genesis. So this is the new ECR repository that we have, okay? Yeah, you can join the Discord. It's pinned in the chat. Comcoin, how's it going? Motivation, we don't have any specifications yet for ECS, but I'll share them as I set them up. When do I do the push-ups? Is it event-based or mood-based? The push-ups are good. I try and do maybe let's say 150 to 250 a day, but they're more if I'm locked in. Push-ups are great, but right now, we actually have to make a ton of progress. Push-ups are when, hey, let's say we have an agent working on a really long-running task, and we have nothing else to do. We'll do some push-ups to keep the energy flowing, or when we're tired. I think that push-ups are good to do. But right now, we're going to be locked in for a little bit because, guys, we got a couple really complex tasks. So for those of you that are just joining us, I'm actually going to move the desk up a little bit so that I can kind of give you guys a quick update on what the goal of today actually is, where we're at with the AI clipping agent, and what progress we're going to be making today. So back to the board. The big goal today is to actually configure what we're calling ViewCreator Genesis, which is the AI clipping agent in AWS, and making it so that this functionality that we got working on day 86 actually works in production, which, as you guys know, can sometimes be a little bit difficult just because things operate a little bit differently. It's nice because we are using Docker, so that does kind of lower that bar a little bit. I am very confident that we're going to be getting this working. But just as an example, another thing that we're going to have to be doing is we're going to have to set up the logic so that there's API keys, so that only an authenticated Nest API that's using that API key can actually even access the agent itself, right? So that's another thing. So that I'll just actually put that up, API key. For example, this Nest API is going to need to have an environment variable called ViewCreator Genesis key. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Just so that it can have a token in the request to make it so it's an authenticated request, because that ViewCreator Genesis is not going to be, for example, a public API. It's not going to have a load balancer, or maybe we'll see. We'll see. I'm actually not sure. We'll look into it. We'll figure it out. But that's the big main goal is we actually want to get this AI clipping agent working in production. So the first step is that. Let's check this real quick. So the infrastructure is ready, but webhooks are not yet active. So what I want to do is I actually want to, start a new agent here. This one has a ton of information though. And this is where it's hard. I wish the context windows were a little bit larger, just because the context of this agent, it has a ton. The context window is very full. So let's just drop in. I now need you to implement webhooks for this system. Review the @ViewCreator API and @ViewCreator Genesis. Okay, so we're gonna first update the plan, and actually, Fooled by Prime said, if upcoming 9-inch snowstorm takes out my power, I'll just code manually. NS, let's go. Thank you, Linux. So, you know, I think that there's a lot that needs to be done. That API key, we probably need to start thinking about that now, because I'm not necessarily sure what the... I mean, let's actually just ask real quick, because I'm not sure if we're going to have to set up a load balancer or not. Because I don't want this to be publicly accessible, right? I only want it accessible from, you know, from our API. But the thing is, you know, it's going to need a way to be able to accept requests. So it probably will need a load balancer, even though it's only accepting requests from. I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to work. But let's just ask. I'm pretty sure. So ViewCreator, Genesis. Just a reminder, that is the AI clipping agent that we now have working. So what we want to do today is, now that we have it working, we have to get it pushed up, okay? So ViewCreator Genesis, when deploying this to AWS in ECR, ECS, we only will allow, I'm pretty sure it's going to need a load balancer. Which isn't hard to do. It's not hard to do, but it is a little bit expensive. Like, as you guys know, load balancers are a little bit expensive. You know, things that really cost a lot in, I mean, AWS is just expensive in general, but load balancers, they're expensive. Okay. Okay. Let's also, I'm going to escape this, and then I'm going to do review the @ViewCreator API and the @ViewCreator Genesis, and help me think through how we can create the API key. So for example, ViewCreator API will have an API key that I'm thinking will be called, it's going to be ViewCreator Genesis API key that will be used to access ViewCreator Genesis. Think in depth and create a README with the best approach, and then how we will update the code respectively in both repositories for this system to work correctly. All right, I'm gonna do an ultra think on this. So we kind of have like 3 things that we're working on. We're working on webhooks, webhook delivery from ViewCreator Genesis to ViewCreator API, and then we're working on the AWS infrastructure, which, you know, we already have an existing, you know, VPC, and we already have, you know, all of the ViewCreator infrastructure set up, so we're just gonna have to spin up an additional ECS task. But given resource heavy, so same VPC, cost sensitive, same needs scaling. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be in the same start with service discovery. Okay, so here are the different options. So short answer, it depends on your deployment pattern, but you have options. So Genesis is an internal microservice that exposes the fast API endpoints on port 8000. It's called by ViewCreator API via the clipping worker URL. Processes long-running jobs, 2 to 4 minutes per job. Resource intensive. Yeah, so this is a resource intensive task. And, you know, that's one reason why we ended up kind of moving away from having this running inside of the ViewCreator API. Ethereum said use bearer token that generates every 24 hours of expiry to avoid unwanted activities instead of using single non-changeable API key. Yeah, we could do that. I used to print code to review security. Use application load balancer if you need horizontal scaling across multiple ECS tasks, TLS termination at the load balancer level. Health-based routing. ViewCreator API is in a different VPC or external. $20 to $25 a month. use AWS Cloud Map if they're in the same VPC, which they are. You want to save on ALB costs, internal only traffic. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not super familiar with Cloud Map though. They will be running in the same VPC, but the thing is that I'm not familiar with AWS Cloud Map. Could you do the service of providing me with a brief overview? So, yeah, does anybody know AWS Cloud Map? Aperium said whitelist endpoint interaction between ViewCreator, VPC network, and Fast API, so it'll only accept between servers. Well, they're going to be in the same VPC, right? So, I mean, we already have a web application firewall. We're probably going to have, you know, ViewCreator Genesis. We're going to have to whitelist the IP to allow that IP to come back because it's going to be sending webhooks, right? So, am I on track with that, Aperium, or what are your thoughts? All right, so this is working on webhooks. Okay, so instead of clipping worker, obviously this is going to be... All right, hold up here. So this is how it works. So Cloud Map is AWS's service discovery solution. It lets your services find each other using DNS names instead of hard-coded IPs. So the problem it solves, without service discovery, ViewCreator API needs to call Genesis. Genesis ECS task starts with, you know, blah, blah, blah. Task crashes. Now new one starts with IP. Gotcha, that makes sense. With Cloud Map calls. Gotcha. Okay. All right, so here is the architecture overview that it's set up. Yeah, Aperium, we're going to be pushing this today. Because, you know, we do have that MVP, and my logic is, hey, you know, once you have something working locally, you should immediately build the pipelines and actually get it working. Also, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to be going for like 3 to 4 hours in this stream because we need to get this done. This is a pretty complex task, I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a heady one today, so... okay, so ViewCreator, the Nest backend, obviously, you know, credit management, yes, yes, yes. So we're going to have an API key. Yes, obviously. Yeah. It's like current vulnerabilities, no authentication. So, Aperium, I actually did some research on the celery situation, right? So, you know, we don't necessarily need to use celery, actually. And something to note is that these containers, because we're using ECS, they're going to be able to spin up. So we'll have auto scaling to where maybe we can do 2 jobs per service, right? Per task. So I was doing some research and it was actually suggesting not to get started with celery. So I think what we'll do, because there's not significant amounts of load, we don't necessarily have to implement celery first. I think it's better to, you know, get the simple things up. Like, hey, take what we have currently, obviously get authentication working, get it up into AWS, but you don't necessarily need to integrate celery yet. I think celery can get another time. It said when there's about over 50 jobs, you probably want to start using celery. And right now, I don't think we're going to be over 50 jobs for a while. So, DNS now resolves new IP. Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm more in favor of just using putting an application load balancer on the... I mean, granted, that's probably less secure than it would be if it wasn't. AWS Cloud Map. All right, so webhooks coming in here. So this one's working on webhooks. This we're trying to figure out how, if we need load balancers or not. Let's get another agent working on, and you guys can see that. Why am I using Claude Code? Well, Opus 4.5 is definitely the best model by a long shot now. And, you know, one thing that now needs to be done is, you know, we need to be able to run multiple agents at once. With Cursor, we did hit our limit, so anytime I use Cursor now, I'm gonna be paying for usage. So I would run up, if I was using Cursor right now, I would literally be running up probably around $50, $50 to $100 a day on Cursor now that our Cursor limit has been met, and we're gonna be using Opus 4.5, which is an inherently more expensive model, right? So the best thing for cost is to actually buy the Claude Max plan so that we could pretty much get unlimited usage. Like if I go usage here, let's actually look at the usage, loading usage data. Let's check the usage so far. I think I'm gonna get a ton of usage out of it. Loading usage data. Okay, also, did you guys know that OpenAI got an email and their API got hacked? Did you guys know that? They had a data breach in their API. I got an email that was like, by the way, we got breached. They sent it out at 1 a.m. on Thanksgiving. Right now I'm working on the AWS infrastructure for the AI clipping agent. So we do have the AI clipping agent working. So what you guys are seeing is you guys are actually going to get to see me work today on getting what we've done the past 3 days up into AWS and actually get it functioning, which is a challenge. Anybody that, you know, knows cloud infrastructure. Review ViewCreator Genesis. I now need your assistance in building a GitHub Actions workflow so that when we push code to the main branch, it's able to properly deploy the latest image to the ECR repository. As you can see, the name is ViewCreator Prod Genesis. You can review how the ViewCreator API does this before you build the workflow. So I'm going to do ViewCreator API. I'm actually going to drop in, can I drop in like .github, right? Yeah, so you can set up a GitHub workflows repository, right? And whenever you set up something like .github workflows, this is going to become a GitHub workflow, right? So we're going to use GitHub Actions. Right now, let's just focus on a workflow to deploy and build the latest image. Let's not worry about the ViewCreator Genesis ECS service. Let's just get started with a workflow for building and pushing the latest image. All right. Aperium said, yeah, it was an OpenAI email. Meek said they waited so long to announce right at Thanksgiving when people don't do anything. Yeah, seriously, that was a little bit sketchy in my opinion. Like, if anything, that's what sketched me out about most, because they sent it out at 1 a.m. last night on Thanksgiving, and I was like, what the heck? I was like, that is so weird that they sent out a 1 a.m. email on Thanksgiving. And apparently the data breach happened like earlier in the month. Why is it not showing me my usage here? All right, Claude. There we go. So yeah, so current session 29% used, and this resets. So yeah, so I mean I've been using it pretty much all morning, and it's only at 29%. So what I do like is, if you guys saw this, so they said we've increased your limits and removed the Opus cap, so you can use Opus 4.5 up to your overall limit. That's actually big. You know, now that they've slashed the price of Opus in a third, it really does put us in a much better position to actually be able to use it. Great, move forward and build all of this. Do not worry about the .envs. I will handle this myself. Okay, new files. So we have let's actually pull up the code base real quick just so we can confirm. So modules, webhooks. All right, right, so now in the API, we now have a new module called Webhooks. Yeah, Webhooks here. So in the Webhooks, we have a couple different controllers. Okay, yeah. Gotcha, okay. All right, good morning, Ronald. How's it going? Severett said, instead of building by myself, I prefer watching your video. Yeah, that's what I hear a lot. You know, we're all in this together. You know, we're a community, and that's what makes us so strong, you know? Ronald, I'm working on actually pushing our AI clipping agent that we got working in the past couple streams up to AWS. So if you guys are interested in how, you know, you can use AI for networking and actually deploying infrastructure, this stream is going to help you with that. So the first thing that we did was we built we just finished building a GitHub workflow so that, and we'll want to test it here in a second once we kind of get to a good place with this. But the first step is, okay, you first need to get the CI/CD pipeline so that you have a GitHub action that's going to be pushing the code up to an ECR repository, which we just did. We're going to test it here in a second. That's what this agent right here did. So this agent down here built that. So now whenever we push to the main branch, it's going to be able to push code up to this ECR repository. And then there's going to be an additional layer to that once we actually kind of get it spec'd out, but it'll actually push code to ECS, right? So it'll first deploy and update ECR with the latest image. And then what it'll do is it'll run a secondary workflow where it's then able to take that latest image and update the task definition with the latest image. I'm going to be working for a while today. Yeah, AI works pretty good with networking infrastructure, but it's very important that you do know what you're doing. So, all right, so it says that this is now working. So I definitely want to test this locally before. Great, update the README with the documentation of what you've done. Yes, this is really important. You know, we'll come back to this. The first thing I want to do is I actually want to test this. So if you guys want to see what our AI clipping agent is actually able to do, I'm about to show you guys. So if you guys missed the last couple streams or missed the end of the last stream, that's actually where we were really able to get this working how we wanted it to. So here you guys can see that we have the Docker container running. We have this running, we have this running, we have this running. So let's actually open up now. Let's pull in Chrome and let's launch ViewCreator. And let's sign in real quick. Okay, so let's go over to the AI clipping agent. And now, as you guys can see, some things have changed, okay? And I did this off stream. I did it yesterday morning and then a little bit more this morning. I kind of polished it up, but I just changed a little bit of the architecture so that this was going to be more scalable. You guys can see that our past jobs are now gone. There's a reason for that. We actually dropped the previous table that was managing this. But what I want to show you guys, I actually want to show you how this works, and hopefully it still works just fine. I would assume it does. I haven't really touched it, touched functionality-wise since we did get it working. But let's just take this Opus review video, right? It's a 15-minute video. So what you do is you're able to drop this in, and let's say that we want, just for the sake of speed, let's just do 3 clips, okay? 3 clips, 30 seconds to 60 seconds. And actually we might have broken some things. That's why we're testing it. But now you start this job and the job starts processing, right? And we need to make it so that there's webhooks. There's a couple things that we're going to be doing, but it says processing. And what we want to do now is let's actually just take a look at the logs, because these are going to be really important. So the first step is, you know, it uses YTDLP to be able to download the video from the URL, right? And you do have the option to either download it upload a local video yourself, in which case it's going to upload it to S3 and just directly use that video. Or if you want to use, an existing YouTube video, you're able to just input the URL and then it's able to download it. And then you can see right now it says processing. And what it does is it's actually able to transcribe, and it already did it. This agent is incredibly fast. Obviously we don't have the same demand that Opus has, but just for me personally, for example, if I was going to process this 15-minute video in Opus, it would take me about 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes. And you can already see that. Look at this, Opus clip. Oh, and actually, we need to change that. We kind of had the conventions literally called Opus clips. We need to fix that. But you can see that it's literally doing cropping. And we'll be able to see this. And as you guys remember from the last stream, we were talking about the different scenes, and we are going to implement this concept of scene switching, where we'll define a couple of different scene types, and then we'll be able to make it so that it automatically registers what scene type is being used at what point in time, right? So that's really important. We'll end up doing that, but it looks like these are, so it looks like this is ready. So 105 seconds. Oh, it says failed. Maybe the webhooks didn't work? What happened? Oh, it's still trying to do status checks. So let's drop this in, because we're now trying to transition over to webhooks. So that's why why we're testing it, right? Oh, that one was long. Opus clip. Review this in complete depth. It looks like the job worked, but for some reason it said error. So it did work. It's just that now with this new system, with the webhook system, it's going to change up a little bit. Review and identify why this failed, and then fix it so that we actually get the webhook system working and completely remove the polling system. API base URL. Okay, hold up here. Jeez. All right, so environment variable summary, webhook secret. Okay. But chat, what's up? Brother Code said, you have to think Opus has a lot of different users, so it's 10 minutes due to the queue system. Maybe, yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, agreed. Dut said, I have sat down with him and built some game stuff for Minecraft and Roblox. Then a few days later, he is back to not caring. Hunk said, been playing with Warp Terminal the last 2 days. Delightful experience. I paired it with Claude Code. Yeah, I've been hearing pretty good things about Warp. I probably need to test it out this week. Just do a vibe coding with Warp and test it out. But yeah, I appreciate that, Hunk. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked or subscribed, make sure you do so. I see we have 97 watchers and only 42 likes. So make sure you guys like, because it actually really supports what we're doing. As you guys know, I don't monetize and I don't take sponsors. So the more that you support in that way, it really helps out. So thank you. All right, so webhooks sending. I think we are going to have to. So yeah, so to let me check why webhooks aren't firing. Look at the Genesis logs. There's no webhook activity. Let me check the pipeline. So we just need to make sure that that pipeline's fixed so that webhooks fire. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while this agent works. This agent is really important for our webhooks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not set. Yeah, I don't think that it is set. Hold on. Let me pull up my EMVs. Tell me where this EMV needs to be set. Does it need to be set in ViewCreator Genesis? Oh, in Vercel. All right. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. All right. Gotcha. API base URL. Why would that need to be set in the API? Why would that need to be set in the ViewCreator API? It doesn't make any sense. API base URL, what the heck? And saying to set it equal to the local host, that doesn't make any sense. I think I already have that set, so it's obviously not why it would be failing. env base URL. I guess it's not set? What the heck? When and why was this env there created? Okay. Marilla just asked an interesting question. He asked, what is better for coding in a huge project, Cursor Pro Plus or Claude Code Max model? What you mean plan? I actually would say Claude Code, and the reason is, I'll just give you guys some perspective. So I just, met my cursor limit, right? And I have Cursor Ultra, okay? And once you hit that Ultra limit, you are going to get like really, it's going to run up fast on you. Those expenses are going to run up really fast. For example, one day after my plan ended, and I had already used $50, right? So I got charged $50 for one day, right? So if my cursor plan resets the $200 plan, which I got a ton of usage out of this month, so I'm not complaining, but I have another 2 weeks until my Cursor Ultra plan resets, which means that if I keep at this rate, I'm gonna be spending $50 a day. 2 weeks, $700. Hey, that's not nothing, right? So I decided to get the Claude Max plan because now that my Cursor Ultra plan has been hit, now I'm paying for usage. I might as well get Claude Code and then use the Max plan so I get more usage out of Opus 4.5, which is the model that I want to use. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. What the heck? Okay. It's interesting that we're not passing this back into AP. So it's the API base URL. Okay. And then I did get it wrong. Okay, gotcha. That makes more sense. Okay, so let's see if that works. So I just did drop that in. So let's now see. Let's restart this. So we're going to restart the API. VB Code said, hey, I'd like to ask you for some advice on what to choose for a database besides Supabase and backend as a service. Yeah, so, I can give you advice based off of my experience and what I use, right? So I am a big Nest.js fan, and I'm a big Node person in general. So, I'm a huge fan of Express is good. I think Nest is good. Like, if you're building a small project and you just need like a quick API, Express and Node is a great way for you to be able to do that, okay? Node is a great, Express is a good framework for that. And also, if you think that you're going to be scaling it a little bit more, though, I would suggest Nest. If the project's going to get really big, Nest is going to help you scale a little bit better because of just the module architecture, okay? But Express is also a great option if you want to build it really fast. Yusuf said that Claude usage is still very low compared to the others. Well, not anymore though, because of the decrease with the Opus 4.5 pricing. Opus 4.5 is like super cheap. So, what is going on here? Status check failed. So this is its polling, right? And it's still polling. It looks like this is still polling. Is this intended, or can we now remove this now that we have webhooks set up? Yeah, Ness is pretty good. Droid said, will the clipping agent usage be unlimited? How much credits do you need for it? Yeah, so I mean, that's to be decided. I need to see how much it actually costs for us to run the tool, right? I need to see, hey, what are the margins on this that we can get? But, I mean, I would expect not crazy amounts, but yeah, I mean, it'll probably be like, I don't know, probably a couple hundred credits if you want to do, I got another critical job error, which isn't even true, I don't think. Yeah, because look, it's literally done. It did create the clips. So what I want to see is, did it actually fail, or... So let me launch PG Admin, which is the management tool for Postgres. And, you know, I have my database running locally here. What I want to see is... We have an AI clipping agent job now, and I want to see, is that even... Okay, so this is actually really interesting here. So check this out. So you can see these jobs, and this is the table for the job, and you know, it looks like it finished. Clip count, but just some error through. So let's just drop this CSV into this agent. And maybe this here. Yeah, it looks like there's an error here. Metheus, how's it going, by the way? I think that there is a Claude extension inside a cursor. I personally like the CLI experience, though. Marilla said, which is better for project context, understanding Claude or cursor? I mean, I don't know on that one. Agent job. Okay. All right, guys. I think we need to hit some push-ups. Let's get the blood flowing a little bit. We got to grind. Let's go. Let's go. Quick 40 bomb. Get the blood flowing a little bit. Okay, so it says done. So I want to drop in the CSV and then drop all this in. The job is still saying failed, even though it looks as if it did complete. What is happening here? Jesse, you did 30. Let's go, man. Let's go. BFR Gaming asked, what's the progress and what are the updates in the affiliate program? Yeah, we've made a ton of progress. I expect that next week we're probably going to do 5 marketing streams. So, you know, we're still waiting for TikTok. And I'd be interested in chat's perspective on this, but we're still waiting for TikTok. But where I'm at is, hey, we don't need TikTok to start pushing. I think we're ready to start really pushing on marketing. And even if we don't, I don't know if we'll really get a ton out of the gate, but I think the more that we start working on marketing, the better, because there, just in the same way that we've had to, you guys have seen how far we've come on the actual development side, it's going to be the same mission on marketing, right? So we're going to have to do a lot more marketing streams, and I think that this upcoming week, we're probably going to do 5 marketing streams. All right, so this says that it's done. Webhook URL generated. So after you see in the logs, webhook generated. I don't see that in the logs though. You guys see there's no webhook sent. There's no webhooks being sent. I need you to rebuild. I think it's because we didn't rebuild it. And restart the container. I'm going to restart the container. All right, it's rebuilding. All right, and then back to this conversation that we were having over here. Okay, so I only do want the ViewCreator API to be able to access ViewCreator Genesis, but I'm not familiar with AWS Cloud Map. Is it hard to set up? I am not familiar with that at all. But hey, you learn something new every day, right? AWS Cloud Map. Okay, build a dynamic map of your cloud. Create namespace. To get started, you create a namespace. Next, you create a service and register an instance. Okay, so this is what Cloud Map looks like. I'm sure that a lot of people are familiar with it, but I'm not. AWS Cloud Map, service discovery for cloud resources. Thanks, BFR. Yeah, we've come a long way. Okay, so that's done building. Hot, I use Whisperflow. Okay, so this is rebuilt. Cloud Map. Okay, so Cloud Map. So it says create a namespace, name viewcreator.local. API calls DNS queries in your select your VPC, so you can literally select your VPC as the Cloud Map. Okay. Create Genesis ECS servers with discovery. Config. Okay. And then inbound rules, security group. Yes, you obviously set a security group. Yes, makes sense. So do you guys understand what this actually is? Let's move the desk up. The Awaken, what's up? How's it going? And guys, I'm a little bit more locked in today because this is a really heady task. As you guys know, this is a little bit of a heady task. But I want to kind of show you guys what we're learning and what this actually and this is what we have to decide between. Okay, and I just want to show this and kind of describe how it works. So we have a couple different options for how we actually want to configure this infrastructure. So we have the clipping worker, right? And so we could just have this and throw an ALB, which is an application load balancer in front of it, right? And then, our API is just gonna call the load balancer and be able to process, right? But the thing is that the clipping worker and the API are actually in the same VPC. And what this means is that instead of making calls to an application load balancer, you can just call using what's called AWS Cloud Map, which I've never used before, AWS Cloud Map. Because these are in the same VPC, it means that the API can actually call the clipping worker without having to go through an application load balancer. And this would do like quite a bit of good for us. So that's what we're trying to figure out today. I've never done it before. So we're doing webhooks. We're doing the API key, so that, you know, API verification. So there's a bearer ahead of it. And then we're going to have to get this AWS configuration set up. So it's just kind of one step at a time. It is a little bit heady though. A little bit heady, but I'll tell you guys, this by the end of the stream we'll be somewhere good with it. You just guys gotta trust me here. I'm gonna be a little bit more locked in here. So you need to restart polling. Okay. So this should be good now. All right, detection. Okay. Webhooks. Okay, what is this? It's cursor commands. Clipper logs. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to launch a new instance. Just make sure that this is started, because I don't think it was actually sending these logs. Oh. Why is this not working? Am I using AWS for the app? Isn't it a bit expensive for an MVP, or I'm mistaken? So AWS is inherently more expensive, right? But I have a ton of experience with AWS. So rather than use some type of other configuration, you know, I do believe that this is going to scale very quickly. So it makes the most sense for us to just use AWS right out of the get-go, to use starter credits and to go from there. So for example, AWS gave me $1,000 this month, and so we're not even paying for anything for the next 2 months. And then we'll be able to get more credits after that. So we'll see where that takes us. But for right now, I'm pretty comfortable with where we are at. No, Goalpost has been deprecated for cost. I didn't want to spend $150 for the AWS infra for an app that I wasn't working on. We'll probably end up revisiting ViewCreator at some point, you know, when this all gets bigger. Maybe we use ViewCreator to market it. But, you know, that's not the main mission right now. I think that ViewCreator is obviously where the most potential is at. So as you guys know, it's like, hey, focusing is important. So I get lots of questions about, hey, should I, keep building multiple things, or should I focus on, one app and go with that? And it really does pertain to like what your end goal actually is. For us, we worked on a couple things until we found ViewCreator and started working on it, and it gained traction. And then obviously now ViewCreator is the sole focus, but I want to get ViewCreator up to $10,000 a month before I focus or consider on anything else, because there's so much that we're going to have to do with marketing. There's so much that we're going to have to do with like bugs and just scaling and stuff that, I think that anything else would initially, just be an issue and a distraction. So let's now test this again. Let's go to localhost and let's actually test this. So as you guys know, we're kind of trying to get this these webhooks working, and it is a little bit of a interesting task here. So extract viral clips, go here, and let's just watch the logs. J35, we've got webhooks being implemented. We've got our CI/CD pipeline implemented, but what? All connection attempts failed. Okay, do you guys see this? The webhooks, see this? All connection attempts failed. So webhooks are not going to work. Review these logs. What is causing this? Oh shoot. It's gonna be able to pick up on that anyway. What's the free tier requirement? It's really low. Like, you have to use an instance that's like pretty tiny. All right, guys, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go grab an apple real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, no dark chocolate, I wish. Okay. Oh, okay. Do you guys see why it's failing? The webhook is failing because Genesis in Docker in localhost refers to the container, not your host machine. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Got it. Okay. Let's get it. All right, let's try this again. Oh, shoot. Jess, you want the sensitivity lowered a little bit? I can do that. Okay. All right. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so Constantine said, maybe someone has asked you this already, but what's your background? Were you a full stack developer? I'm curious what experience helped you start building apps. Yeah, so my my app experience, I started out on Codecademy. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. But I really started there, and then I just kind of dove in head first with building. And I think the best way to learn is just by building, right? So some people, they kind of mess with me. They're like, you're not a developer, where's your CS degree? And it's funny because I've worked with a lot of people that do have CS degrees, and by far the best people that I've worked with are not those that come from the best schools, but it's the people that have actually had the most practical project experience. And that's why it's kind of funny. It's like, hey, the first thing I look at when hiring people is I look at their GitHub commits, because it's incredibly important. If I look at somebody's oh, Linux, I didn't even know that you weren't mod. Here, Linux, I got you. Sorry about that. I didn't even see that. Hold up. There we go. Oops. All right, Linux, I just made you a mod over on Twitch if you're watching over there. Appreciate it. Yeah, DSAD. Sadly, I moved on from Bottle Mountain. I decided against it. All right. Oh, guys, look at this. Okay, awesome. So look at this, guys. All right, so it said received AI clipping webhook. Processing AI clipping webhook. Progress %. That's awesome. Okay, that's a huge win. Okay, so do you guys see that right here? Processing AI clipping webhooks. So what this is, you know, it's a webhook. You know, this is what we've been trying to get, because, you know, Genesis is going to be able to talk to our API through webhooks instead of polling. So hopefully this is all that's needed, and this will work, and we won't keep getting, because I could see in the clipping agent, I could see that, you know, these jobs weren't necessarily failing. It's just that webhooks weren't working correctly, right? So now that webhooks are working correctly, we'll see how we get it. If you guys are watching over on Twitch and haven't already dropped a follow, make sure you do so. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I see we have 106 people watching. If you guys are not yet liked or subscribed, make sure you do so. I see we have 61 likes and 106 people watching, so we can easily get that number up to 75 likes, guys. Let's go. If you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. But, you know, with the webhooks, they're super, super critical, because the webhooks makes it so that we won't have to poll. And what we had seen is that, hey, it was polling a ton. So here's another webhook. Look at this. So it said progress percent 61.6%, right? So do you guys see that? Versa asked, would you suggest what coding language you should know to vibe code? Yeah, I mean, the cool part about vibe coding is that once you start vibe coding, you can really program in any language that you want, right? And I think something that really showed this was even for example, like with the AI clipping agent, what we were able to do is I have like very, very limited experience with Python. It looks like this completed. Wow, guys, let's go. That's awesome. Okay, so let's look at this. They were able to produce a more intelligent model for a third of the price. And that is very, very impressive. So this is the issue that we have with scene switching. Oh, wow. You know, because the pricing on Opus was a great model, the Opus 4.1 and Opus 4, but the pricing almost made it unusable. I want to show you guys something. So let's go over to what Anthropic actually released in terms of, when I started using history. Do you guys see how it says able to get it to the, and over. So something that's really interesting is that I was over on Opus Clip, and Opus Clip like has the same double screen problem sometimes. I'm going to show this to you guys. I think it was down here where I saw it. Yeah, right here. So this is from Opus Clip, right? Look at what they did. Over here for Opus, you know, yeah, see how it's doubling the screen again? You know, what is that? I don't know. About a fourth of the amount of tokens. So they have that issue as well. Almost as much, you know, spent as much. So, you know, in terms of how expensive the model is, it's a more expensive model. So they are doing the same thing. Now, the Claude Max plan, you're going to get more usage out of Claude Opus 4.5. And that's Opus. That's Opus Clip, you know? Thank you, Hung. Yeah, Hung said the best way to learn is to teach. Love it when you reshare your newly learned knowledge while building, just like the webhooks. Yeah, 100%. Linux said Python and TypeScript. Honestly, knowing the basics of those will help. Most AI Most AI know those a lot, and rightfully, yeah, 100%. CrixDev said you should set up on the screen chat for Twitch and YouTube. I mean, I don't know. You guys can let me know. I don't get that request too often. It was this smart cropping that's like and this I was actually showing the smart cropping. I mean, look at this. So that's interesting because it picks up on the face. So, you know, we were able to build. So it has, that's interesting because it kind of throws off because it's face detection on face detection. But we did get it working. So now that webhooks are working at this point, I think it's fair enough to say that, hey, we need to get this AWS Cloud Map actually set up. I don't think most vibe coders make websites. You can do anything with vibe coding. All right. Okay, great work. This is now working. You can update the documentation accordingly. Also note, what do we need to do? For example, I am considering having this set up so that we use AWS Cloud Map and the API is able to call the clipping agent. In this case, is it already secure, or do we need to set up an additional layer of security with an API key that the ViewCreator API uses to call the ViewCreator Genesis project, review in depth, and in 3 sentences tell me what I should do. It calculates a virality score just based off of AI analysis. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, let's get it. Constantine said many people struggle at the beginning with vibe coding because they don't understand how context affects the result. The Claude community has a lot of good documentation about this. Yeah, context engineering is definitely very, very important. Okay, so let's see here. So, all right, so current state, the communication is not secure. Genesis accepts jobs from anyone who can reach it, and the webhook endpoint accepts payloads without signature verification, so webhook secret is optional and not enforced. So what you should do, so for cloud map deployment, keep both services in the same private VPC with no public endpoints for Genesis. This provides network level isolation, so only your API can reach Genesis, which makes total sense. It also says that we should add an API key for API to Genesis calls by having Genesis validate an X API key header on job submission endpoints with the key stored as an environment variable on both services. Enable HMAC webhook signatures by setting up webhook secret on both sides. Genesis signs payloads with the secret, and the API verifies signatures before processing. Okay, cool. Okay, I like the idea of the API key as well as the webhook secrets. I would like you to create a plan on how we can implement this logic, but I need you to note that for the naming conventions for the environment variables, I want them labeled and named with proper naming conventions so that it isn't just a broad-based webhook secret. For example, it should be webhook secret for Genesis or something of that sort. Same thing with the API key, is it needs to have a good naming convention so we don't get confused. Review in depth and then create a plan for this. Also, do not expose any environment variables. Just tell me which ones I need to add to my env file for this to work. All right, cool. And now I'm gonna do an ultra think on this. I think it's kind of nice to be using Claude Code again. And it's crazy that like as soon as they drop that better model, you're able to start using it again. J35, I don't think that we have a Nightbot over on Twitch. We need to. I don't know how to do that. I think I can just authenticate. I'll look into it. Official Sapphire, how's it going? I'm good. How are you? ShriX, what's up? What am I doing today? So today, as you know, we did get the AI clipping agent working with enough of a workable product that we're able to now say, okay, this works. It has some problems, but it works enough that we can use it, we can demo it. And I think, whenever I get to a point with that, I don't want to just keep building locally. I actually want to say, okay, let's now refine this and make it so that this actually is going to work in our network infrastructure in AWS, right? Because that is difficult to do. So before we get super sidetracked with making it better, hey, let's make sure that we have the CI/CD pipeline set up in a way where this is going to be scalable, right? So that's what we're doing today. We set up webhooks. Now we're setting up API keys as well as the secrets for the webhook security. And then we also built the CI/CD pipelines. Mr. Darts said I have 2 Claude accounts, so once I hit my limit on one account, I change it to the other. Yeah, that's smart. All right, so we are going to have to create this cloud map deployment. I've never done this before. Okay, here is my cloud map. I want to get this set up correctly with best practices. I'm going to be giving you screenshots, and you are to instruct me how to get this set up and configured correctly. All right. So I'm just going to show you guys, what this process actually does look like. So in Cloud Map, I've never used AWS Cloud Map before, but here we have to set up a namespace, set up instance discovery, and this is the really cool part about AI, is that there's no longer it's no longer to the point where you need to, like it used to be, where you would actually have to learn about how this works end to end, and then you could get started. But now you can just use AI to fill in the gaps of the things that you don't know and to just learn along with it. And I think that's the coolest part about AI for sure. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I think that's pretty cool. Cameron, I'm using the Opus 4.5 and I'm using it for the back end right now mainly. I think Gemini 3 Pro is probably the best. Oh, cool. Gemini 3 Pro is probably best at the UI. Okay, cool. So Genesis API key for the API to Genesis authentication, and then Genesis webhook secret for with a no covered. Okay, yes. Okay. Do I have to put this env in both? Okay, to both. Add it in both services. Okay, so they both go in both services. Okay, so I'm going to add these environment variables. So this is for security. So you have to have, this Genesis API key, and then you also have to have a Genesis webhook secret. And we're going to just set these in our env now. Great, I have now set these env vars, and I now need you to properly integrate the functionality into the code. Env vars. It said env vars. All right, env vars. Okay. All right, so then over here, so let's see, it said namespace name ViewCreator.local, okay? Okay. API calls in DNS queries and VPCs. Okay. Oh, wow, okay. What should I set for the TTL? Shock said, do you have any SDE experience? How do you learn the best practices? Because many times in my enterprise projects, AI hallucinates. Yeah, I mean, hallucinations are a problem. You need to learn what you're doing, learn as you go. Very important for sure. But like I said, I know nothing about AWS Cloud Map, but I'm learning right now, right, as I'm doing it. And, I think there's something that can be said about that, right? I mean, to be able to learn as you go and work from the AI and learn from the AI, I think that there's a lot to be said about this. Okay, so I did just create, I did just create this namespace. Help me understand how this actually works now and give me a complete summary of what we just did. So I'm just I have no idea what I'm doing, right? So I'm like, all right, let me learn what this is. I have a baseline understanding of it now because, this is just the first time that I've used AWS Cloud Map. So, what we were able to do is it knows exactly what we're doing. It was able to recommend, hey, you should do this because this, and then now that we're on to that next step, we're now learning, okay, what even is AWS Cloud Map? And it looks like this is already now running. So this is really interesting. Okay, so what you did, so you created a private DNS namespace that acts as an internal phone book for your VPC. So what it enables, so services can find each other by name, genesis.viewcreator.local, instead of hard-coded IPs. Why it matters. When containers restart and get new IPs, everything keeps working automatically. Okay, cool. Okay, so we are going to have to create the... J35 said that Kimmy has released Black Friday discount. You can get Kimmy Pro and Kimmy for coding for 99 cents for 1 month, but only if you can gaslight Kimmy. Only if you can gaslight it? Yeah, DSAT agreed. You have to understand. You gotta kind of have to understand and work along with them, you know? You have to work with the LLM. You are in control of it, so... Okay, update ViewCreator to set the environment variable. Yes, okay. Clipping worker URL. I don't even think we have this set up. Oh, it's hard set, isn't it? Yeah. Set environment variable. Yes. So currently, this clipping worker URL, this is currently hard set. P-Visual asks Gemini 3 versus Claude 4.5 at front end. I choose Gemini 3. Okay. Okay, Genesis API key, Genesis webhook secret. Yes, yes, good. Got it. Let's go, guys. This is actually a huge win. Okay. So I think what we need to do first is we actually need to push this code. As soon as this one's done building, which it is, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to now push this code, okay? And I'm going to show you guys how this works, because if you'll remember, if I go to ViewCreator Genesis, we did set up that GitHub workflow file, right? So let's deploy this. And what you guys are going to see is over in GitHub, what I want to review and confirm is that this is now going to deploy to AWS, right? It's going to deploy to that ECR repository that we set up at the beginning of the stream. So if I go here, oh wow, okay, so we actually don't even have ViewCreator Genesis pushed to this organization, so that's actually critical, because that definitely won't be able to deploy. Also, this song's fire. Alright. So I'm gonna... Yeah, so that did fail just because I have a bunch of GitHub secrets set up. All right, so I just transferred that repository. So now let's go back. All right, ViewCreator. So this is now a newly generated repository. And if we go to actions, what you guys are gonna see is this was the action that we just tried to do, but it failed immediately because it doesn't have, look at this, input required not supplied AWS region, because when you set up these GitHub organizations, you're able to set up like GitHub secrets at the organizational level. Up here, and we've made a ton of progress. It's kind of, this is like an interesting day because there's not a lot, like, if you guys are either following along or you're not, and right now, you know, it's a lot of like heady AWS configuration stuff, like with AWS Cloud Map, and then this here, like let's figure out why this didn't load. Credentials could not be loaded. Could not load credentials providers. All right, hold on, let's figure out why this failed. I'm gonna use cursor for this. Why did this fail when I was pushing it to the main branch? All right, hold up here. The GitHub action workflow works perfectly in what did we do incorrectly in ViewCreator Genesis? Hold up. I think my brother's here. Hold on. All right, hold on. My brother's here. I'm gonna let him in real quick. Hold on. All right, what's up? A brother reveal. All right, so replace. Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is interesting. So there's a trust policy. So if you guys know, like, if you guys know what an OIDC is you have to set up a trust policy. So let me open up. Let's actually, you guys actually can't see this, which is unfortunate, but I am going to use this and review to identify the trust policy. All right, so here's like what we're seeing. Let me show it to you guys before. So, you know, we have this concept of a trust policy, and with trust policies, it's able to like trust a specific GitHub organization, right? And specific repositories that are inside of that organization. So we do have this trust policy set up, and what we now need to do is to use this OIDC. We're going to have to add that repository. So what's really cool is that this is actually a method that you guys may or may not know, but you can use Cursor or any AI agent, and you can actually pass in like your AWS CLI profile, and it can then actually access your AWS account and then be able to take these actions on your behalf. So I'm going to say first identify the trust policy and review it and come back to me with how you will update it and confirm before updating. All right, so I'm gonna submit this, and it's gonna be able to use that. I can't show you because it does like you know, display my keys and stuff. But also, while that's working, what I do want to do is I do want to test this this new update. So since we did update this, let's just test this real quick. Great work. Now rebuild the Docker container and restart it. Official Sapphire, that's interesting. Official Sapphire said, so I ran the numbers, and it turns out that if you keep being consistent and you will be at around 16,500 subscribers and $2,400 by December 31st, 2025. 16,000, because that would mean, that would literally mean, like, what? 8,000 in a month? I don't know if we could do 8,000 a month. That would be insane if that did happen. But there would have to be, like, something viral. Alright, so we're going to restart the dev server so it loads in those EMV vares, because if you guys remember, hey, this agent up in the top right here was just working on that security. So, okay. Yeah, so the health check failed, obviously, because it's not running. We're going to restart it here. All right. So here it's rebuilding. Let me check this here. Oh, gotcha. Great. Let's start with updating the IAM role trust policy. All right, the container is now rebuilt, so let's actually run this, and then we're gonna test this again just to make sure that security configuration actually works. Oh yeah, day 100 needs to be special for sure. Yeah. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I'll do it. Whatever. All right, so it did tell me that I was able to do that just fine. Let's go here. I do want to test this real quick. All right, go here. Frosty, how's it going? So we've lost about $3,000 to get to this point. So, you know, we've spent about $4,500 and then we've made $1,500. So, all right, let's do this. All right, so this will be a good test of to see if that works. Official Sapphire said your growth is going exponentially high on YouTube. The current financial numbers are just an estimate because your earnings are primarily from super chats. If you decide to go aggressive and run paid ads, the figure could definitely increase to 6,000, 8,000. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not really about the YouTube growth. Honestly, you know, hey, we have this community, and I want to grow the community. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to become a content creator. I'm not trying to become a YouTuber. And I don't even have monetization turned on anymore. I know that a lot of you guys already know that. But yeah, I don't even have monetization turned on. Just because I'm not, that's not what I'm about. That's not what it's for, right? Webhook. Okay, it looks like the webhook, see how it's saying unauthorized and invalid signature? So it looks like that didn't work. So we'll take a look at this while we're also solving this other issue. So let me drop in the EMV vares. So now I need to go here. All right. So you know what I need to just figure out, is it do I add these as environment secrets, environment variables, or repository secrets on GitHub? Tell me which. Okay. Chat, so J35 said he can just do one Spider-Man movie if he needs money. Yeah, just one. Is there a footprint to learn vibe coding? What do you mean a footprint? J34. Frosty, I will. I'm kind of locked in right now. You guys can tell this is a little bit more of a locked in. Oh, also it does look like... Wait, did this work or did this fail? Or no, this was outdated, right? What the heck? Did this work? Dude, they were able to produce a more intelligent model. It was this smart... That's interesting. It literally produced the exact same clips, pretty much. Dude, they were able to produce... It was this smart cropping. That's very interesting. It was this smart... When I started using Opus. That's interesting. J34 in the chat. Blue, I was a finance major once as well. That's interesting because it said that the webhooks were failing. But no, it says delivered. That's weird. So repository secrets and repository non-environment variable level. Okay. So AWS region prod goes in. So this is what I'm doing right now. I can show this to you guys. So, you know, when you're running these GitHub workflows, how it works is you have a GitHub Actions file, right? And your GitHub Actions file will access certain secrets as it's running up in order to actually perform the actions, okay? So, for example, here, what you guys are seeing is I'm over on GitHub and I'm in, you can see secrets and variables, and then I'm on actions. Do you see that over here? So what this is when you're running these GitHub action workflows, you need access. In our case, it's things like the AWS environment and the role ARN. And once you have that, then you'll be able to do that. But J35 said, what do you think about this clipping agent? Like, what if you take a different approach instead of just letting users use it through ViewCreator? You even provide it as an API service for others to integrate into their apps. Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting point from J35 because, you know, that is something where when I first was getting started on this project, I was like, specifically on the AI clipping, I was like, is there any pre-existing API that you can connect to that does this, right? You know, I think for our case, J35, you know, I think what I would say to that is, hey, the main focus is ViewCreator, so I don't want to get distracted creating an API for other people to use, right? Because that would have overhead in of itself, right? So I don't want to get distracted. I do think that is a good idea, but I also do not want to get distracted. So that kind of goes back to my concept of focusing. And hey, we just have to focus on ViewCreator. We have to get ViewCreator off the ground. And there's just like so many things that we could be able to do. Like, hey, if ViewCreator has a really hard time getting off the ground, hey, maybe we pivot to that. Maybe we do that. But I am very, very confident in ViewCreator. And I do believe that it has just tremendous amounts of potential. So we're gonna stay on that for a while. API service, organization variable. So we have this set as an organization variable. So we're not gonna have to worry about that one. You guys like can't even see what I'm talking about, so I feel bad. But at the same time, what about this role ARN? Okay, so that's a repository secret. Okay, all right, repository secret. All right, so I'm going to add this now, and then this should solve our issue because we just didn't even have the role ARN set. So what are MCP servers? MCP servers are basically how you can get agents to be able to talk to each other. So just like one example of that would be you have an MCP server that I'm able to use Claude Code to be able to talk to somebody else's system. For example, if you're familiar with PostHog, which is an analytics platform. I can use a post-hog MCP so that I can literally tell the AI agent to review the post-hog account and find the most up-to-date information about the analytics and figure out how to improve it, right? So then it's an agent that's then talking to another agent that has tools to be able to enact certain things. There's probably a better way to explain that. That's like a textbook definition, but that's the best way that I can explain of how it actually works. Pranay said, what is your reason for choosing AWS? Why not GCP or Azure, since they're a bit cheaper? You know, for me, it's less about the money and it's more about my personal experience. I've had a great experience with AWS. I'm a fan of AWS. I have the most experience with AWS. You know, we're using startup credits. So, okay, and that did fix our issue. So if I go over here and show you guys now, this is now building and pushing. So it looks like, if you guys remember, that first build that we were doing, it failed within like the first 5 seconds, and now it's not. And it's just because we were able to now properly add that role ARN and get that working. So that's pretty cool. Official Sapphire said, I honestly enjoy watching your stream. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Zyvox said, what did you build your current UI with? I built it with Gemini 3, so we kind of did like a revamp of the website maybe like last week at some point. Yeah, per-env AWS is really good in my opinion. J35 said MCP servers is simple is for AI agent to talk to third-party applications and work with it. That's a really good explanation. Thanks, J35. Jesse said AWS is great, not gonna lie. Yeah, AWS is great. It is expensive, you know, but yeah, I mean, if you're trying to set up a scalable application, I mean, I got $1,000 in startup credits, so I literally my infrastructure is free right now, and as we scale, you know, that's not going to be the case because it'll probably, you know, be like, oh shoot, I got a $4,000 bill from AWS this month, which is true. But for the meantime, you know, you do have a little bit of time before that happens, so. Imperium said that AWS really supported him when he was starting, and it really helped him in terms of credits, and they sent an email that we are with you. You go ahead. This made me fall in love with AWS. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, so we are building and pushing this. That's fine. Oh, no. Would you create a README file that outlines the setup for this? Note that we already have a ECR repository called ViewCreator prod Genesis, and we now need to outline what we want. Yeah, I'm using Opus 4.5 for everything. Okay, what the heck? All right, yep, it is pushing to ECR, which you just did, so this is good. So we're going to write a handoff prompt to another AI assistant that actually has access to our AWS infrastructure. Note that we will use ECR and ECS for the ViewCreator Genesis project, and that the ViewCreator API will call this respectively. Write a handoff prompt for how you would outline the security. I mean, it's so self-explanatory. I mean, I can just do this, honestly. So I'm gonna do this myself just because I think it's a little bit easier. I don't want the AI agent like launching a bunch of this. So it's a weird day, guys. Weird days, but at the end of the stream, we're gonna get to a place where we're gonna actually be testing this in production. If we can get there, I think that would be like huge. That'd be huge if we can get there by the end of the day. So I'm just gonna keep on grinding. It's like just a weird security day, almost infrastructure day, is what I would call it. What do you recommend that the security group be called based off of the naming conventions that you see here? I mean, I don't need it to do that for me. All right, so we're going to create a new security group called ViewCreator Prod Genesis. And this is what it looks like. So if you guys know what security groups are, security groups are, it's like a virtual firewall. So to protect your instances from like specific inbound and outbound traffic. So, you know, I'm going to create a security group for ViewCreator Genesis. All right. So the inbound rule should just be from, so create a Genesis security group, allow port 8000 only from ViewCreator API. So custom TCP port 8000 from, and then you can literally set a security group. And that security group in this case is going to be, it's going to be ViewCreator Prod API. Prod API, where is it? That inbound. Okay. Inbound traffic allowed from ViewCreator API. DMR said, can't you MCP into AWS? Do this. I'm not going to MCP into AWS. Yeah, so I'm not in this case. I just want to set it up personally so I can really understand the AWS configurations. Like when I'm getting them set up initially, I like to have a little bit more control over them. I like to understand what's going on, which is interesting because, you know, I'm usually like a full vibe code but when it comes down to AWS infrastructure, I just really like to know what I'm doing and how it's set up, if that makes any sense. So I like to do it myself sometimes. Should there be any outbound rules from the ViewCreator Genesis security group? If so, what should they be? Right now, I have set an inbound rule on port 8000 from the ViewCreator API security group. J35 said AWS being so great makes me think there's a lot of hype for SaaS, but not infrastructure as a service. SorgeX said, I had a question. I vibe coded an app that I'm very proud of and it's working as it should, but I have no idea how to get it out there. Any tips? Yeah, so I think this is a common thing that people run into. Okay, it says all traffic for outbound. Okay. All right, so do you guys see how this works? So a security group, you set inbound and then outbound, and this is what we have. So this is what we have over in AWS. That's a good representation. Name. Okay, cool. So we have the security group. Okay, so I have it pushed up to ECR, and I have the security group generated. Now what? So I just want to confirm that it is in ECR. Ooh, looks like it didn't make it up to ECR. All right, so let's check. Yeah, it looks like it failed. That is very interesting. Okay. review this incomplete depth. When I was pushing it up to GitHub and running the GitHub actions, which was then deploying it to ECR, it threw this error. Why did this happen? All right, that's not a problem. All right, Fargate. Yeah, so task definition is the next step. Yeah, so we have to get a task definition spun up. Pranay just asked, how did you learn AWS? Any course, or did I learn with AI? Yeah, so I learned from experience. I learned along with AI as I was doing it. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. But guys, we're gonna get this launched today. Let's go. All right, let's get it.
People want me.
What's up? What is this?
They want that sweet brother reveal.
I'm on stream right now. All right, guys, this is my brother. He's here.
The army.
This is the army. So, this is my brother Christopher. What do you think? This is his chat. What is this, dark chocolate? But look at that! What a brother! He brought me dark chocolate.
There's a good group of guys.
Yeah. Drop a W, Christopher, in the chat. Yeah. W, Christopher, in the chat.
Firewall's not going well.
No, it's going pretty good. Pretty much. Have you seen this clipping agent? All right, I'm gonna give Christopher a demo of the clipping agent. So, how it works is you can take like a YouTube video or any video that you have. So, for example, I'll just go to the channel and I'll grab like a random video, right? Mm-hmm. And I can then copy and then just paste it here. And then, let's say I want to generate 6 clips. I can just do this. And, oh, hold up. Guys, I'm telling you, we just had this working. It's the demo gremlins. The demo gremlins. So, let me see why that failed. Currently, oh, it's not available. All right, hold on. I code the process. Get the ViewCreator Genesis project container running. So I'll just show you. So that right now it's not running, but like it'll be able to take one of those videos, right, and then it's able to create like short clips, right? Dude, they were able to produce
so it's able to repurpose
more intelligent model
on, like, TikTok,
for a third of the price. Yeah, and that is very. Right now, it's like decent. Let me see here. All right, hold up. All right, it says it's healthy, so. All right, let's try this again. All right, so it queued it. So what it'll be able to do is it's able to like extract it. So if we look at like the logs here, that's logs. So we can go here, and then if I just drop this in, we'll be able to see like kind of like what it's actually doing. And it goes and it grabs the YouTube video, and it's able to download it on the machine. And then, do you see this, how it says like transcribing audio?
Right.
So it literally is able to take it, it's able to process the video and transcribe it into text. And then it used an AI model to be able to like actually like watch the video frame by frame and then also look at the text. And then it creates clips. So literally you can see like it already did that, already transcribed the 22-minute long video, then looked through it, and then it literally said, like here's the clips that it's gonna create. It's gonna create one where the start time is at 280 seconds, the end time is at 320 seconds. So that's gonna be, you know, a 38-second clip, or a 48-second clip. And then then it gives it a summary, it gives it a layout type, a virality score, and then it has to, like, think about this, you're taking a long form video, and the hardest part of it, and the thing that we struggled with, is like what's called smart cropping. So like in the actual video, do you see how like my face cam is down here? Mm-hmm. So the face cam's down here, and what we had to do is we had to make it so that it's able to like grab, it was able to do face detection, and then be able to crop it intelligently where it gets that end result, and the end result is where it's able to actually like get the face cam like there, right? Which is actually like pretty hard to do.
Right.
It's pretty hard. So we have like an MVP working for it. So what we're doing today is we're just basically deploying it to production. But yeah, W's in the chat, guys. Chris, W's in the chat. Chris in the chat.
J35 missed me.
J35. J35. This is my brother.
I feel like J35 is my brother too.
J35. You know what's funny is I don't think anybody else except me has been on the stream since NS on like day 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, guys, I do interact with other human beings. I do know people. Alright, so yeah, so it was able to create these 3 clips, and like, so this one here, hold on, let me like, here, I'll do this so you can actually watch them. So watch this one. So if I go over here, what I want to do, and whoa, it looks like that my local host get redirected. So you literally have captions. So that's interesting. So I literally did local host, right? And it redirected me to this agent mode. That's very interesting. Did you guys see that? So I put in localhost, right? And then it just redirected me to agent mode over on Google AI Studio. There we go. Okay, so here's ViewCreator. Here's just the home landing page of the website. Very simple, not complex logic, just very like UI based. And what I want to do is I want to try giving Gemini 3 the ability to update. Isn't that crazy? This. And that's actually like pretty hard to do.
Right, that's super intelligent. That's interesting.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
So if we go over to, let's actually go back to cursor.
It's working.
Yeah, it literally works. Yeah, dude. And then the cool part is that like some platforms, like there's a platform called Opus Clip, and they do like 25 million in revenue a year, and that's like the only feature that they have, right? But with ViewCreator, you can do like all sorts of stuff. Like, have you seen like this here? Because you can literally like post to a bunch of different platforms from the same place. So you can be like, okay, like I want to create, let's see, hold up, let's do this.
Shree's asking if my background is engineering or med.
Shree?
Kinda.
My brother's, he's a genius. Christopher's a genius.
It's not engineering or med.
Yeah. Give him a chair, Matt, let's go. But yeah, so that's, I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Not too bad.
Yeah. We'll see, but right now I gotta fix this. I gotta fix it. We're gonna get this into production. So you have to like literally.
It's gonna work.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think Christopher is gonna be an investor. You wanna invest?
Oh yeah, I hear you need $4,500.
But yeah, so there's all sorts of stuff too. Like there's like an agents thing like this here. You're able to create like agents where you can literally run like multi-step workflows, right? So you're able to create an agent and then like give it a certain set of tasks and it's able to do that. Then you have like a typical like this Spark here. This is like basically just like a ChatGPT competitor, but for marketing. What? You want to read the chat?
I'm reading the chat. It's fine.
Pranay said, "Let's do some push-ups."
Oh no. We'd have to do it to him.
Yeah, he's my older brother.
One of several.
Yeah. But yeah.
None of us got the smarts of old General of the Bridge Army here.
Yeah. Push up now? They want us to do push ups.
I'm pretty interested in the chat.
Yeah.
I'll do some push ups.
Alright, guys. Let's hit some push ups.
Where are we stopping?
I like to drop 50 bombs.
50s?
Yeah. Hold on, let's drop the music. Let's try the music a little bit, guys. Alright, I'm gonna drop 50. Here, wait, you have to come over like a little bit. Look at how it looks here. You have to get a good spot. See this? So you can go like...
My hair looks phenomenal.
It's fine. Alright, ready? I don't know how many that was, but let's go, chat. W's in the chat. NS is here. Noah's here, dude. Hey, W's in the chat.
That was dumb one.
Day 87.
1 month out from open heart surgery.
Let's go. W's in the chat.
Where's Stumbler? There's Stumbler.
Yeah. He said holy cliffs. Let's go. This is Linux. Linux is he's the community manager, so he's been here since day 1. Day 35's an OG. Isn't it cool though?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. But like today's actually like a little bit of a slow day.
Yeah.
You know?
I was watching the stream.
He was watching the stream, guys.
I'm not reading papers. I'm on page 3 of 20, bro. It's not good.
Dang, dude. Let's go. But yeah. So, they probably can't hear us at all because the music is so loud.
Good.
But yeah. Dude, but this thing is so sick. What do you think about this? Like, what do you think about the clipping agent? You think that's cool?
It's effective. You can see how people would use it. Would actually dictate.
See, look at this.
What it chooses.
Guys, so
like how curated is this to the actual algorithm of the social media site that you're uploading?
Oh, well, I mean, like, so what's cool is like because I like, you know, do the content stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know like what to do, right? Because it's like, all right, like what works, right? But how?
But somebody who doesn't know, how in tune to it would they be?
So literally all you have to do is like you can add your own prompt, so you can say like, hey, like look for these moments, right? And it's able to process the it's just able to process what is actually being said.
Mm-hmm.
So Sourcelet said, ask your brother if it's safe to have the monitor at the edge. Look, they all are like, they think that the monitor is falling off.
That's good.
Hey guys, he says it's good. It's safe. It's safe.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly.
Is this my desk? Doesn't this have a wing to it? Oh, you got the wing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, guys. Christopher got me this desk. He bought me this desk.
I believed in the dream.
Yeah, he did.
I believed in the dream day 1.
Yeah.
Before day 1.
Yeah.
I understand your vibe. These guys don't understand the vibe.
Yusuf asked, is he also streaming?
I am not streaming. People would not like my content. I am more on the writing side.
Yeah. But, yeah. But dude, look at this. This playground thing is insane. That's, you know, the picture that I showed you of the moon? Me on the moon? This one's pretty cool. Like, you can literally just use a bunch of, like, AI stuff to do that. But
Look at Discord with your brother.
yeah, if you guys are watching and haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. Have you seen the Discord?
No.
So like this is where oh they made clips. They made clips. Hey, that's sick. So they can like clip like certain things. That's cool.
We got.
Hey, that's sick. Oh wait, they can't see it. That's cool. That's so cool. Look, they're saying W brothership. You have a good brother. Chris the real OG. Hey, that's cool. Hey, that's sick. But yeah. Bro ups. That's sick.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, so probably need to get back to work.
Yeah, you and me both.
Are you gonna be working downstairs?
Yeah, I gotta get out of my house,
Dude, I'm going crazy.
Yeah.
That's bad.
We'll keep grinding, bro.
That's bad.
I'll be up here. I'll be grinding.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, man.
What a bunch of good guys.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you, bro. All right, chat. 8.8K. Wow. That's crazy. Let's go. All right. Hold up here. Let me get resituated. That was the first person we've had on stream since day 6. That's crazy. All right, hold up here. All right, there we go. NS. Oh, he forgot the jacket? Oh, did he? No. Alright, guys. Well, that's my brother Christopher. He's a good brother. And what we gotta do now is we gotta get this shipped. We gotta ship this. I think, J35 said the other person we all want is missing at Noah Stumler. Yeah, I think NS, I mean, last time you guys know what happened, I mean, he flaked out on us, but I think that NS could potentially make a reappearance here soon for 10,000. For 10,000 subs. We'll see, though. Is NS still in the chat? Alright. So it says that it should be good. Oh, shoot. Okay, so it says that the reason that failed is because the GitHub Actions build failed with no space left on disk because the Docker file was installing the full Ultralytics package just to download a 6 MB model file. Alright, so what do we do? Okay, so it says that it's going to work now. Alright. And I said that the odds are quite high that he's going to make an appearance here soon. Hey! Yeah, NS has believed in the dream since 2023. Let's go, Linux. Yeah, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Gustavo said, I think next is to furnish the UI UX needs the influencer vibe. What do you mean, in the stream setup? Alright guys, it's gonna be a little bit of a vibe stream. Had Chris on stream. I mean, guys, think about it. I mean, up until now, there's really not been another person on the stream since day 6. All right, let's go watch this agent run. But also, we're gonna need to get this task definition deployed. But let's just confirm real quick, make sure. All right, so here's our workflow here. You guys can see it's running, pending. So we actually can see this run. Here it is. Sam Android said, I'm new to vibe coding. Can you please explain how do you manage agent windows and roles, coding versus planning, and how do you handle script permissions without getting confused? Yeah, I mean, if you watch the stream, if you stay up to date in our community, you can learn stuff like that just through like watching how it's done. You know, it's kind of hard to explain it with words. You know, you kind of, I think a lot of people learn through just doing and kind of watching how it's done, you know? All right, so let's see. We do need to get this task definition spun up. Let's go, Shri. All right, so I'm gonna create a new task definition. All right. I have to wait till this actually deploys though, to set the latest tag here. I think this will deploy this time. YouTube Paranormal over on Twitch said, W brother, let's go, man, I know. Let's check TikTok, see if we got verified on TikTok yet. TikTok developer. What's the new feature after the clipping? I mean, there's plenty of features that we're gonna be working on. I will say though, you know, clipping is a big feature, and you know, we're gonna be working on that feature and polishing it a bit. But also remember, you know, we're gonna start driving marketing pretty hard here soon. All right, so just so you guys can kind of see just an up-to-date detail of what I'm looking at over on TikTok. I'm still just seeing it's in review, right? So and I will say that one thing that does bother me a little bit about the TikTok is that, you know, we could get rejected by TikTok, right? And then that would not be a good case. That would not be a good scenario, because if you get rejected on TikTok, you know, then what happens, right? Then you have to wait an additional 10 days after you resubmit. So that's the one thing where it's like, hey, when we got rejected from Meta, they came back so fast that I was like, okay, we can, you know, fix what we needed to fix on the demos, and then, you know, resubmit, and then 2 days later get word back. But the problem with TikTok is that feedback loop, the feedback mechanism is so long that it's really tough because just because of that, right? I mean, it's like, hey, you know, it takes too long to actually get word back, which is a little bit frustrating, but we'll get through it, guys. You know, you don't necessarily need TikTok to start pushing marketing. We have plenty of features and plenty of things that do work. So, oh, yeah. Vershaw said, also suggest you change one thing in the pricing session. You must include such, yeah. I see what you're saying. So somebody in chat just said, hey, change it. I mean, that's a minute, small, minute thing, but he's just saying, hey, make this go to the top. So it says everything in Pro. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. That's a good suggestion. All right, how's the GitHub workflow going? Is it, it failed again. I don't like that. No space left on the device. I just pushed again and got this error. What happened this time? Is it the same error or something different? No, I don't suggest practice leak coding. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I see up to 8,800 subs, just crazy. I think in early 2026, it'll be making 10K a month. Sippas. Shree said 10,000 subs before 2026 for sure, Matt. W community, 100%, man. Yeah, I think this upcoming week's going to be crazy, too. We'll break 9K. We couldn't even get to 10K. I mean, I think it's possible that we can get to 10K before next Saturday, because I was talking to NS, and I was telling him, hey, you know, we could be at 10K, and you can come up for, you know, be on stream for the 10K stream. You know, we could basically have a celebration for the 10,000 subscriber stream, you know? What do you guys think of that? What's the expectation for the first month? I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, this is a process. I think that ultimately it's not really about the money, it's about the mission, and it's about proving what's possible. So, you know, I think that what's interesting about Vibe putting an app until I make $1 million is that it's an incredibly difficult task, right? The mission is a difficult task, and it's not going to be something that you're going to accomplish in just a matter of months, right? It's a mission. And you know, I think a large part of this mission is to just be able to prove what's actually possible, right? So, you know, I don't really think about, oh, I expect to make this much by this much. I just know that, hey, at the end of the day, I'm just not going to stop until I make $1 million. So, you know, I don't know how long, you know, where we're going to be at where, but, you know, all I can say is that we will accomplish the mission, because when you take a person that will not stop no matter what, and you put them in a situation where they have a task that they need to accomplish, then it's a pretty interesting thing. J35 said he would love to see NS. Yeah, man. Me too. I actually haven't seen him in person since he was on stream, which was back in what, August? Dan, what's up? Dan's in the chat. Dan, happy Thanksgiving, by the way, man. And S is I would say he's my best friend IRL, and we've been friends for years. He's what I would classify as a real one. What is going on with this? Timeout 5 minutes. I think we need to cut down this chat. We've been using this for a while. I think it's done. Probably gonna have to use a fresh chat. Dan, so today we're working on actually getting our clipping agent up into AWS. I don't know if you were here, but hey, the current state of the clipping agent, it's in a pretty good state. So, I actually, Dan, you just missed it, but my brother was he just made an appearance on stream. Was actually not expecting that today, which is pretty cool. But, I was showing him, how our AI clipping agent works now. And I dropped in this video here. So I dropped in this video of Gemini, and we're able to create, these clips. So watch this. So if I go over here, what I want to do, and whoa, it looks like, did my local host get redirected? So I got redirected. So that's interesting. So I literally did local host, right? And it redirected me to this agent mode. That's very interesting. Did you guys see that? So I put in local host, right? And then it just redirected me to agent mode over on Google AI Studio. There we go. So, we pretty much have a very, very well-functioning AI clipping agent now. So, hey, before we do anything else, before we try and make it better, before we try to polish it, enhance it, whatever, the first thing in my book is always to say, hey, there's a big difference between having an AI clipping agent working in... there's a big difference between having an AI clipping agent working locally versus actually working up in production. So really today, if we can finish this stream off with a fully functioning AI clipping agent that's actually up in production, then we will have accomplished our goal for the day. And we had to do stuff earlier in the stream, like setting up like webhooks and stuff, because like before how it was working, I covered this at the start of the stream, but before how it was working is we were just pulling, so the API was pulling it. And so we'll see. I think that we'll be at a pretty good place by the end of the day. So this is deploying. We've got some problems with the Docker build right now. But I mean, you can see this is Opus level quality. Look at this. Guys, it totally bungled up my preview section. So, I'm gonna have, and what this means is, when we do those marketing videos now, I'll be able to record on stream and then clip on stream. So, we don't have verification on TikTok yet, and I was mentioning this before. I'm a little bit worried about it just because you know, if we get rejected on TikTok, it means that we're gonna have to wait an additional 1 to 2 weeks. It's been a week since I submitted for verification on TikTok. So what I don't like about that is that it means that if we get rejected, then we're gonna have to wait an additional week to 2 weeks, depending. I mean, I was even looking at it, in some cases it said that it sometimes takes up to 3 weeks. So, you know, if we get rejected that first time around, that's going to be very discouraging. And I don't think that's necessarily going to stop us, because, hey, you can obviously still launch ViewCreator and generate some revenue without TikTok. And I think that that's the approach that I'm taking is, hey, it doesn't matter if we get TikTok or not. Hello Kitty said lead code is fine to do the medium hard ones. That's what your algorithm's homework is, and then analyze runtimes and such. Brother Code said TikTok review takes 4 to 6 weeks. That's not what it said for me. Is that what your experience was, Brother Codes? Because that's, I mean, that would stink. I mean, imagine if we got rejected after 4 to 6 weeks. That would be, like, very, very discouraging. So I think to that point, you know, if it does take 4 to 6 weeks, then we can't wait to start marketing until we get TikTok verification. I mean, we have YouTube, we have X, we have Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram. We should be able to generate a ton of revenue even without TikTok, right? And just have TikTok coming soon. And with this clipping agent, what it means is that we just have so much power. And okay, Brother Code said that's my experience. So it took 4 to 6 weeks for you? Yeah. I mean, okay, so I will say I did look this up on Perplexity, okay? And if I go over to Perplexity, I'll kind of show you what I was seeing. So I looked it up last night because I was like, okay, how long is this going to take? So it said the standard processing time is 3 to 7 days. The high volume banner in your screenshot indicates a backlog. You should realistically expect a wait of 2 to 3 weeks, which I was like, dang, 2 to 3 weeks. Brother Code said it may be different now, but earlier this year was a total pain to get approved. Okay, no, I appreciate you sharing your perspective, Brother Codes, because honestly, you've probably been one of the most helpful people just in terms of sharing your perspective on this process, so I appreciate that. But yeah, so, I mean, 2 to 3 weeks. So, I mean, that helps us even more. Zuhaib, what's up? How's it going? Dysart said, at what point do you consider a product to be monetizable? How do you value it? I think you only figure that out through actually, you know, attempting to market. So, you know, that's why it's like so important to my point is that, okay, this did fail. That we actually wanted it to fail because we just wanted it to throw the error. Okay. So Claude Opus 4.5. I'm very interested in how much usage we're at now for the week. Explain error. When I pushed to GitHub, it failed to build the image. Why did this happen? Identify why and create a plan of what we can do to fix this so it does build. Veer said you could do TikTok coming soon, like TikTok is banned in my country. Oh, wow. Yeah, we'll probably do a TikTok coming soon banner. You know, my perspective on it right now is that, hey, we're not, in the current state of things, we have Meta, we have YouTube, we have X. I think that gives us enough to say, hey, whereas we may not, you know, pour a bunch of money into like paid advertisements, I think that starting next week, is really when we're going to be doing daily marketing streams, right? So we're going to be doing daily marketing ViewCreator using ViewCreator, because what's really cool is I'll be able to do a demo, right? And I actually figured out, and this is pretty cool, shout out to WDan, you know, with this stream deck here, I can record while I'm streaming, and what that means is that I can do a demo, right? And then using ViewCreator, I can then clip the demo into like 30 clips, and then using ViewCreator, I can post it to a bunch of different platforms, all like automated using AI to speed up the process, right? And that's the point of ViewCreator, right? So, you know, what's cool is that we've built such a good product that we're gonna be able to market the product using the product. And, you know, when people ask like, hey, how do you know that this is monetizable? I know this is monetizable because you know, before I had ViewCreator, I was using Opus Clip, I was using Hootsuite, I was using Noda for transcriptions, I was using all these different tools, ChatGPT, Claude, and then you just say, okay, you just created a tool to do all those things. As you guys know, I already canceled my Opus Clip subscription. I'm canceling my Hootsuite subscription today. And what the part that does stink is that, hey, I won't be able to use... All right, let's fix this real quick. What is the best practice to fix this without breaking the functionality of the application? Review in depth and then implement the fix. Thank you, J35. Yeah, so next week is going to be a big week for us because we're really going to be driving hard on marketing. So it's going to be in those marketing ViewCreator using ViewCreator streams, and we have seen an uptick in paid users. Like after I do one of those streams, I actually do see a couple paid users come in. So, you know, that to the point is like, hey, we have a product now that is of value that people can get use out of, that I can use and that I will use to do the marketing for ViewCreator and for BridgeMind. And we built that. And we built it in like, I don't know, what, 67 days? You know, 67 days because we started building this on day 20. Aditya, how's it going? Birok said, I'm getting into this AI world, and my question is, would you suggest to buy Cursor or Claude Max plans, and is that enough for a month without any interruption to the token limit? So I think that the Claude Max plan, you're probably not going to have a bunch of interruptions, but with Cursor Ultra, you know, think about this. With Claude Max, right, you're integrating directly with Anthropic, and they're going to give you more usage for their model because they are the cost of goods, right? So they imagine it's like any wholesaler, right? Hey, if you're using their system, they're not going to upcharge you as much, right? Because you're using their system, you're using their subscription, all the money's flowing to them, right? But for, let's say for Cursor, they're literally paying Anthropic, they're paying OpenAI, and then they make margin on top of that, right? So, you know, that's one thing to think about when you're considering what plans is that, yes, you will get more token usage probably out of like one of these plans. Let's actually check. So last time we checked, let's see where our usage is at here. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I've been using Opus all day, and my current usage for the week on all models is 15%. And I've been using Opus a ton. So, you know, I think Claude Max, at this point, it didn't used to be like this, but you're going to be pretty much getting unlimited usage. Dan said the half version of TikTok is just making it easy to batch export clips from the clip creator for users to go manually post. It's not automated, but it's an enhanced workflow you could deliver today. True. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Dan, I agree. Tech with HM. This is Claude Code. And, you know, the reason I'm using Claude is because, hey, GPT models are at this point, I mean, I actually was showing somebody Ella Marina just recently, and if you go to the leaderboard, it's crazy because look at this. Look at how far GPT is down the list now. Look at this, web dev. Opus 4.5 way at the top. Way at the top. Look at this. Look at how far down GPT-5 is. 100. 100, guys. That's insane. I mean, you're talking about like GPT-5 in terms of, you know, the actual benchmarks falling way behind. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, Opus is the real deal. Yeah, I saw that there's a new image generation tool, Flux 2. I mean, in my opinion, I did look at it. You know, it's like kind of comparable with Nano Banana Pro, I would say. Claude is always king. Yeah, I mean, they did just an incredible job. Because think about this, right? You guys remember the Gemini 3 Pro was so hyped up, and then Opus was like, nah. Anthropic was like, nah, we're better. Boom. I mean, you do see this model over here, though. I mean, Gemini 3 Pro obviously is a great model. Vision. Gemini models are so much better at vision. Even Gemini 2.5 Pro wins out. You don't get unlimited codecs with GPT Pro, but you do get a lot of usage. I mean, the GPT models are the most affordable, right? But just be, I mean, not in terms of like when you go to the Frontier, the most affordable Frontier model is GBT. So that's definitely something to think about. Yeah, Dan makes a good point. He said that the sample size is too small right now for Opus. So he just said, hey, you only have 1,000 votes so far for Opus, which is a good point. I think it's gonna stay up there though. Neek said that he got the Kimmy K2 thinking for 99 cents. Probably will use it more this month for research or writing. Yeah, Kimmy K2 is like all the way down here though. Not even up there for writing. My philosophy on it is you should be using the best model no matter what. That's just personally my philosophy on it. If you're not using, I mean, if you have the budget to be able to spend, you should be using the best model, 100%. Why would you not use the best model, right? Virsha said that he just got GPT Pro and Google Pro for 1 year absolutely free. That's awesome. Sourcelet said Cursor also uses embeddings to save tokens, so instead of the AI models in Cursor just reading files in depth, they use semantic search. Claude Code doesn't have embeddings, they read files manually. That's a good point. So what we're doing right now is we're trying to build out the AWS environment, but we have an issue where we're running out of space on our image in GitHub workflows. So what plan am I using in Cursor? I've got the Claude Max plan. As soon as I saw that Opus model, I was like, they got me. I sent something in the Discord. I was like, they got me, guys. Also, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. There's also a Discord. We're up to 1,049 members, which is just absolutely insane. Next week's gonna be big. Is anybody else vibing this hard to the music? Great. Now I want you to restart and rebuild this container on my computer and restart the Docker container so we can test it locally to make sure it still works. Playlist link, I got you. Sourcelet said, so what I'm saying is that Claude Code equals full power of Anthropic models while Cursor is optimized for Cursor to save tokens, which can affect performance. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, I'm using Claude Code instead of Cursor right now. Also, guys, we're up to 8,827 subscribers. If you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. It looks like we are, let me check real quick. We are, oh, we're already at 100 likes. Well, appreciate it, guys. I was going to say, let's get to 100 likes. We're already there, so. Why am I using several chats? Because you want to always be managing multiple agents at once with different things. Like, you know, it's not good to... like, let's say that, you know, one chat is working on something, right? You have to be mindful of the context window, right? And you have to be mindful of, like, what it's worked on in the conversation. And, you know, whenever you're working on something different or you want to just kind of reset context to focus on a specific thing, then you need to know that you should probably do that, right? I mean, it's smart to do that. So That's why I launch multiple at once, is I usually use them different. But right now, we're so focused on just solving this one error that, you know. Yes, I'm pretty sure you can use Claude Code in VS Code or Cursor. Yeah, you can use the Claude extension in VS Code. ZooIE, yeah, Gemini 3 Pro is great. All right, let's deploy this. I mean, I just want to see if it's able to build. But yeah, look at these clips that we were able to create, guys. It's insane.
So if we go over to, let's actually go back to Cursor.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, but watch this clip. It's crazy.
To this here, 3000. Look at this error that I'm getting, and both of these agents are trying to solve it. And this is the thing about, you know, Cursor, is that with Cursor you can easily change to different models based off of what you want to be updated, right? So Composer 1 is an incredibly fast and capable model, so I'm going to use Composer 1. It's easily and very quickly, because it goes at like 200 tokens per second, this one is able to go in there, and let's see how fast it's able to get it and figure out what's going on and fix this. Let me do a refresh here. Checking for remaining syntax errors. Moving the quiz tag, so you can see it's going very, very fast, and boom. So, you know, we have 2 anti-gravity agents that we're evaluating and trying to fix. I mean, it's literally that right there, right? I mean, how good of an example is that? You know, these were both trying to solve this div error right here, right? And we just went in with Composer 1, and if I go to Cursor, and look at that. So we actually kept, we
all right, how'd you guys like the clip? What'd you guys think of the clip? All right. It's crazy. I can't wait for next week, guys. So next week, you know what I'm gonna call it? I'm gonna call it that next week, starting on Monday, we are going to be moving into soft launch phase, okay? So starting next week, you know, we're transitioning out of open beta where we have, you know, 1,000 users, over 1,000, and we're gonna now transition to soft launch. And soft launch is going to be no paid advertisements, only marketing organically, okay? And then once we figure out what works organically, probably after we get verified on TikTok, we'll transition to a full launch, and we're gonna put a ton of money behind paid ads and UGC campaigns. And I think the community, you know, there'll be opportunities for everybody to make some money. Like, for example, if you guys want to, like, I think that we're going to need, and this is actually a note to Linux, J35, Jesse, if you guys are watching, what we're going to have to do, and honestly, everybody from the community, this is, you know, this is just something that's I've had in my mind, and I know that the admin team is probably going to help with this, but we're going to have to set up a program where there's going to be a team, let's say of maybe 5 to 10 people, that will get free ViewCreator access, like infinite credits, free plans, and what your job is that your job is to create, you know, different TikTok accounts, Instagram accounts, YouTube channels, and then your job, your task is going to be to just post from ViewCreator about ViewCreator and market ViewCreator using ViewCreator. Like, you'll be able to take these marketing streams, clip them up, and just use AI. It'll be so simple. You'll literally just be boom, boom, boom. But we're gonna need basically a UGC team is what we're gonna need. Jesse's, oh yeah, so Jesse, you know, that's something important to note, is that, you know, we're gonna need to find people that are gonna wanna do that for the, what I would refer to as the full launch. And that is coming up soon. I think we'll know it. Not a tester team. No, not a tester team. So it's not a tester team, Jesse. It's gonna be like a UGC team. Poems, no, we've been in open beta. We already have over 1,000 users and are making money, so we just haven't really been trying to drive revenue. Okay, that did deploy. Oh man, this is a frustrating error. What in the world? I mean, this one failed a little bit quicker, which is nice. Okay. But yeah, guys, Mercure said W progress, let's go. Sounds fun. Yeah, viral max. Yeah, 100%. Let's go. Yeah, because I think that that's going to be really interesting to do. And obviously anybody that's on that UGC team is going to be getting paid handsomely. So if you guys are interested in that, just talk to J35 or Jesse or Linux. But just that's not like I'll make an official announcement about it, but that's just kind of that you guys are in the know about it early on. Is that's kind of the way that things are headed, I think. Sun IG, what's up? J35 said, I have a few ideas. We will set up a team for sure. Anyone interested can DM on Discord. Thanks, J35. Jesse says, we need a resourceful team who knows how to do things. Yeah. I mean, and that's the cool part is that we have such a good platform now that But yeah, guys, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. But yeah, so with the UGC team, sorry, I'm distracted with this error. It looks like it's a IAM policy thing, so I'm gonna fix it real quick. All right, Burak said in Cursor it marks which files were changed so you can track edits and undo them. Can Claude do something similar through the CLI? Yeah. You can do rewind. It's a little bit different. Honestly, that's like one of the benefits of Cursor is because you have the UI, Why is this music so hard? Sanai, let's go. Event Sunday. Yeah, we'll have an event this Sunday. Braxy said, how long should I say Python before moving to HTML? Want to eventually move towards automation and playwright? I mean, honestly, and you guys know this about me, I am a big supporter and believer in not even doing a whole, I mean, you should learn, right? But you can learn, at least for me, it works for me. I know people are different, so, I shouldn't say in general, but I do believe that by learning through experience and learning through projects, that is the best way to learn. When I'm talking to somebody, when I'm hiring somebody, I don't want to hear about all the certifications that they have. I want to hear that they've actually done it, right? There's a difference between having 10 AWS certifications and then actually having deployed AWS infrastructure, right? Jindat said, hi, first time here. Nice project. I have one doubt. Are you using any LLM to find the best clips? If yes, then have you created your own microservice or are you using an open source one? Yes, we have a microservice, and that's actually what we're working on today. So we've been stuck on the challenge for about the past hour. Just with this build, the image size is too large. I think we may solve it with this rendition, but the problem is that the feedback is about 3 minutes for every time that we actually change something. So literally, I'm just waiting on my other screen here. I'm waiting for this to build and push. So let's cross our fingers and hope that this actually builds and deploys. But once this deploys, then we have our image up in ECR. And then once we have our image in ECR, we can actually create a task definition and do what's needed to get that set up. So, but yeah, we do have a microservice. Yasha, you can look up ViewCreator.ai. That has over 1,000 users. We're in open beta. I have to check by Monday's stream. So like I said, J35, you are certified for sure. So, one thing, wait, what was I just about to say? One thing about ViewCreator, yeah, is, we've been in open beta, and now on Monday, just as kind of like another announcement, is that we are transitioning to soft launch, right? And what soft launch is going to be is that you guys are going to start to see me do marketing at least 5 days a week. And what's cool is that we can market ViewCreator using ViewCreator. And the reason that I'm working so hard on this AI clipping agent is because it's such a powerful tool. I mean, and like, think about this. When you have Reels and when you have the ability to create short form content, what it really does is you literally have an AI editor that's able to repurpose long form content and turn it into short clips. And like, I'm personally not, I'm not a video editor. You guys know, I mean, one of the biggest reasons I do the live streams is because I don't want to create cringy YouTube videos. Like, even in my videos that are actually YouTube videos, what you guys will notice if you guys watch any of them, I don't edit them at all. Like, the YouTube videos are unedited. And that's how I like it, because I don't like to do editing. I don't like to be like a fake content creator that's inauthentic. I'm just sharing my journey with all you guys, and I know that a lot of people are interested in my perspective since I have a lot of experience with vibe coding and AI, so I do share my perspective on certain things, but I don't really put a lot of thought or effort into like editing, right? Because I'm personally not good at it, right? Like, I'm not a video editor, I'm not a content creator, and whereas that could potentially be a great thing down the line, but for what we're doing now, the AI agent is going to help us so much, the AI clipping agent, because what I'll be able to do is on these streams now, I'm going to be able to like do a demo of ViewCreator, right? And then I'll be able to just immediately upload that and repurpose it on the live stream, and be able to repurpose a 5-minute clip into like, 10 different clips that we'll be posting on different platforms. So it's just going to be incredible, because, some of those videos that you repurpose, let's say that the original long form video gets like 20 views, which when you're getting started out, that's literally what these things are. It's like, you can expect probably 20 views, maybe, if you're lucky, 20, but those shorts, those clips will get like, some of them will get 500, some of them will get 1,000, some of them will get 2,000, and that's pretty normal. And they do get engagement, right? So if you have a huge internal UGC system where you own and operate 15 different accounts, and then you're able to repurpose the long form content, I think that it is a pretty interesting concept. And also, one thing for marketing, what we'll be able to do is I'm going to create a channel, or like, let's say an Instagram, whatever, I don't even know, like an Instagram account, a Facebook account, an X account, and it's literally just going to be called like ViewCreator Creations, okay? And what this account is going to be, it's not going to be me talking. Like, some of the accounts are going to be me talking and doing demos of ViewCreator, but some of them are literally just going to be AI videos that we try to make go viral, and it'll just be like, this was created with ViewCreator, right? Do you guys see what I mean? And it'll have like the links and everything to ViewCreator. So we'll see how it goes. Right now, guys, the build, guys, I think we actually did it. I think we did it, guys. No, we didn't. Oh, this is so frustrating. Let's try Gemini Pro on this. All right, let's try Gemini Pro. The thing about, somebody just asked, why would you beat the mainstream guys like Opus? The thing about ViewCreator is that it's not just that feature, right? It's literally, that AI clipping agent feature is like just something that we whipped up additionally. It's an all-in-one platform, and that's what puts ViewCreator in a different league. Is that, you know, with ViewCreator you can literally, it's a social media growth tool basically. It's a command center to be able to grow on social media. So whereas Opus Clip, the only feature they have is AI clipping, our ViewCreator is literally a platform for growth, you know, and a platform for virality. And we're not even trying to compete with Opus, you know. We have that, like, it's like, hey, Opus didn't do anything special, right? Alex, how's it going? What's up? Yeah, new Spider-Man movie's coming out. I'm using Cursor, Claude Code. I don't use anti-gravity. Alex, that's awesome. Yeah, we'll get the 2K easily. You know, and something interesting about the revenue is the revenue to me currently is like inconsequential. You know, we're not even focused on driving revenue, and we haven't been up to this point. What we've been trying to do is we've been trying to build something great, right? And I think that if you worry so much about the money and you get focused on the money, then you end up not accomplishing the mission because, you know, and I've shared this before, but really, you know, even if you go back to the My Vision video or the I'm All In video, it's all about proving what's possible to me. And I think about, you know, this journey a little bit, and I think what's really cool is that, you know, what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove what's possible, right? And we're trying to prove to people that you can do something incredibly hard if you stay consistent, if you are persistent, if you are, you know, if you have a maniacal drive, if you are incredibly hardworking, if you do not lose momentum, if you do not accept defeat. You know, there's all these things where I think what you guys are finding is that this mission is a lot bigger and a lot greater than just making $1 million, right? And we're gonna make $1 million, but that's almost just a symbolic thing of like, hey, we're gonna make $1 million, but it's about the journey, it's about proving what's possible. And you know, to me, the money doesn't matter as much, really. It's more so like, oh, you're gonna do this incredibly difficult thing, and you're gonna do it in front of people, and you're gonna show people that it's possible. And you know, I just think that there's something cool about that. So, you know, so the thing about the revenue is we haven't been really trying to drive revenue, but we're going to start doing that because that's the next difficult thing that we have to do, right? That's the next incredibly difficult thing that we're going to do, is that we're going to start driving revenue. The first thing that we did is we actually vibe coded a scalable application that, you know, obviously, as you guys can see, it's really become something incredible, right? And if you rewind the clock back to day 20, you guys can literally watch, you know, I get on there and I've got, you know, I say, hey, we're gonna, you know, be working on a new project today. The project is, I didn't even know what, you know, I didn't know that it was gonna turn into this. But, you know, I think if you rewind the clock and you look back at that day 20 video, which is when we started working on ViewCreator, what you guys are gonna find is the cool thing about what we're doing is that it's so much bigger than just the revenue, right? It's almost like a symbol. And I think that if you rewind the clock and you watch it, and people probably will, once this makes it big time, you know, that's when everything's gonna really, really blow up. And people will be able to rewind the clock and they'll be like, okay, so this guy just started working and was persistent. And these are the things that he believed in, and, you know, XYZ, and, you know, that's what I hope ends up happening someday. But yeah, I mean, the next thing is we have to start driving revenue like absolutely like crazy, right? But before we get there, I think we're gonna do a soft launch, and
then once we get some momentum on the revenue, then we'll start, you know, investing some more money into a pretty full and thorough launch with paid marketing. And you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm very confident in what we're doing. So, all right, so this is building. So I gave Gemini 3 Pro a shot at this. You know, the issue is it's just the container. It's not enough space. Alex said, I mean, getting that API in ViewCreator, and ViewCreator has the tools already built from posting, clipping, and so on. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse, it will. J35 said, I remember trying to connect Nano Banana through Google Vortex. You remember, J35, remember when we were trying to get it to edit and we realized I didn't even know the difference between text to image and image to image. How crazy is that? And you were the one that actually helped me figure that out. And that's even crazier. Like, it was so funny because I was actually, you know, Thanksgiving was yesterday, and my family does know what I'm doing. They know about BridgeMind. And one of my brothers was like, he was kind of joking around with me, and he was like mentioning some of the people that he knows are in the community. And he mentioned, he was like, J35, Linux, Aperium, and it was just cracking me up. Jesse, you know, it was just cracking me up because I was like, my own brother knew that, and that was just cracking me up. It was not Christopher, it was another one of my brothers, but it was just kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, J35. Yeah. Yeah, my brother was like, yeah, J35 always has good ideas, right? And I literally laughed out loud. I was laughing so hard. Alex said, anyone has any ideas about Code, Wiki, Google launch date? I'm not sure. Yeah, J35. I mean, J35 is basically a salesman. HMR said if you sold those MD files, you would be a millionaire ASAP. But yeah, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And we do have a Discord community. I'm actually going to drop a link to the Discord in the chat. If you guys have not already joined the Discord community, you know, make sure you do so. That's where our community hangs out. So, yeah, J35, I hope so, man. Yeah, I'm using the Claude $200 plan right now. Yeah. I got the Cursor Ultra, Claude. Oh my gosh, we did it, guys. Oh my gosh, finally. Okay, that's actually pretty cool, guys. Okay, so does everybody know what we've been working on? Because we finally got it. So this did just deploy. Let me pull up AWS. And I will say, Gemini Pro was the one that got that. Gemini 3 Pro actually just one-shotted that. So that's pretty cool. Let's go. Oh my gosh, finally. Finally. All right, we did it, guys. We did it. All right, it is up in production now. So, for example, now if I pull this up, what we can see in AWS now is here is our image up in AWS, okay? And this is the CI/CD pipeline. So you can see, hey, here's the image, ViewCreator Prod Genesis. And what we can do now is now we're going to get a task definition spinning up. Alex said, with the current growth, I would say by the 100th day, you surpassed the 10,000 subs. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, and one thing that, you know, I just want to reiterate is there's a big difference between, and we just got this done, so we're going to move on here in a second and keep going, because I'm not going to stop the stream until we literally get this working in production, guys. But there's a big difference between somebody that's trying to create an audience and somebody that's trying to create a community. And for those of you that watch, you know, BridgeMind and are involved in the community, you know that what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to create an audience. I'm not taking sponsorships. I'm not monetizing the channel or any other outlet. I'm trying to create a community that's going to last, because, you know, as soon as you start to go down the content creator route and you start trying to profit off of people, I think that's when you become inauthentic. That's when you basically are owned by sponsors.
And you are owned by sponsors. If you do take sponsors, they own you. So, you know, as you guys know, I don't do any of that, and I'm truly focused on the mission. So, you know, I'm very excited to hit 10,000. I think that's cool. But I think it's a little bit different. You know, it's like, hey, you know, we're trying to grow a community, and the community, I expect, you know, the community to get a lot bigger, right? I think that 100,000 is achievable in 2026. And I think that if I just stick with what we're doing, and if the community continues to work together how it is, I think that will be incredibly successful. So I appreciate you guys. All right, so let's now, what we need to do is we need to get the task definition spun up, right? So let's go over to AWS and, okay, which one was it? We were working with, oh man, did we lose that chat? Man, I think we lost that chat. Maybe we use cursor. Maybe use cursor for this. Maybe use cursor for this. All right, ViewCreator AWS. I just deployed the successfully, and the latest image is now in ECR properly. Note that the architecture that we want is we want the ViewCreator API to be able to call ViewCreator Genesis. Review this in depth. All right. Yeah, we've got over 1,000 users in open beta. That's awesome. Yeah, we got the smart clipping working, and now we're actually pushing it up to AWS. So that's what we're working on today. Before the stream ends, we're going to have this working in production. Let's go, guys. Okay, so I also do have an AWS Cloud map set up. AWS Cloud map. Let's go, Linux. Yeah, big progress today, guys. We're going to get this. All right, I set up viewcreator.local in AWS Cloud Map, and this is because I want ViewCreator API to be able to call ViewCreator Genesis internally. I need your help creating a structured plan so that we can get a task definition set up with the proper env vars and secrets for a ViewCreator Genesis prod. And we could do this ourselves, but honestly, I think that Opus 4.5 is going to be able to do this in like maybe 10 minutes for us. So we'll see. But let's go over to ECS, and a lot of this is going to be private. I can show you like before I prompt, but once I prompt, what's the Kyle's? Hold up here. Great, I now need you to restart and rebuild the Docker container again because we just made updates that I want to test out. Okay. Analyze. Okay, so here is my prompt for ViewCreator Genesis prod, I believe. So it's task definition. Yeah, prod Genesis. AWS is more expensive than Netlify. Opus 4.5 was able to get smart clipping. Gemini 3 Pro was able to solve our Docker image issue, sizing issue. All right, with the proper env bears and secrets for a ViewCreator prod genesis task definition. So first you must do a complete analysis of the ViewCreator VPC security groups, task definitions, ECS clusters, and services, and then create a structured plan for the full end-to-end integration of ViewCreator Genesis in AWS. Create a plan. I'm gonna do a README. I know that cursor plan is decent, but I think that this is gonna be better. All right, so I can't show this to you guys. There's gonna be too much sensitive information. I'll try and work on other stuff while this is working in the background. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
do it. What's up, guys? I have hijacked Matt's chat. He is downstairs getting a little refresh. He's getting some yogurt, but I'm up here today because I am losing my mind. For those of you guys that don't know me, I'm in grad school right now. I'll be writing papers, and it is not going well. I do not have the coding know-how, but I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about some Greeks, since Matthew is a big fan of the Greek Stoics. So I'm going to tell you some of the things I've been reading about. There's an idea in Greek philosophy called eudaimonia. This basically is what Aristotle and some of the classical thinkers who have formed the Western view of man, they view this as the goal for all mankind, to achieve eudaimonia, right? This is an idea that means to have a great spirit within you, to have greatness of the soul. And I just want to come and drop a little bit of inspiration, hopefully, for you guys. I know there's some guys in the chat who are grinding. You guys are part of the Bridge Army, but I think your end goal, right, according to Aristotle and to Plato, is to achieve this greatness of the soul. In English, we'd say magnanimity, because the things that make you happy are fleeting, right? My dog, I love my dog, he makes me happy, but he won't be around forever. I love my house, I love my car. These things bring temporary joy, but at the end of the day, it's eudaimonia. It's the development of character. It's a commitment to arete, to excellence. And I think that what you guys see with Matt with Bridge Mind is this commitment to excellence in everything that he does. And if there's one thing that you should take away from him and that you should emulate, it's really this hunger and this willingness to go as far as it takes. He's on day 87 of the stream. He is taking no days off. He's running himself right to the edge. And of course, there are a lot of things in his life that he pursues with that same passion, whether it's hunting or reading or piano or chess. But everything he does to a very high degree. And I think that is what you guys should be learning. TBH, I've come across way shittier motivation influencers. Thank you, random guy. I'm studying Islamic theology right now. But yeah, hopefully this is what I think you guys should really learn from this. If you learn a little bit of code, great. But hey, code is not the only thing in your life, right? And there are other things that you should be chasing after, and you have to do them with the same drive that Matt pursues this project. And that's really what's going to take you to this greatness of soul, this magnanimity, this fulfillment as the Greeks saw it. Or those guys are all totally wrong. What do I know?
Alright guys, I'm back. What's up? It's good. Alright, Alright, so I do have a plan for key, okay, so key infrastructure finding. So, need to register, need to create, yes, okay. Okay, great. I now need you to move forward and proceed with your work so that we can get this fully deployed and running. Okay. What do you mean, don't let me know? Hey, Sheree said that Chris came in and started giving motivation. W, bro. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was watching. I was getting motivated myself, man. That's cool. Alex said that you should get your bro quotes to be dropped in the chat every 30 to 60 minutes. All right, you know what's really cool is that what I'm doing right now is you guys can't, unfortunately, literally can't see it just because it's sensitive. It's related to AWS, but you know, we're using Opus 4.5 to be able to build the infrastructure. Like now that we have the pipe up to AWS, now we have to actually build, you know, build the task definition, set up all the secrets, get everybody set up, everything set how we need it. And it looks like it's going through, but there's literally like API keys and stuff that are being revealed right now, so you guys can't see it. Candace said, W, brother. I know, bro. Neek said, bro quotes API. Yeah. All right. Just set placeholders if you don't actually have the keys. Just set placeholders. I mean, I was listening in. I mean, pretty cool. There's one thing I said, I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. He said that there's more things to life than coding. Is there? I'm just kidding. Sanai G said you should apply for Azure credits. They will provide you with the OpenAI API credits might help. I mean, you know, I would, but it's not even necessarily that much, right? It's only a few credits. Yeah, it looks like Alex is interested. 10K? Oh, wow, 10K is a lot. That's a lot. All right, so I'm watching this. All right, looks like the task is pending, so. Oh, nice, wow. I mean, that is so fast. So, and you guys can't see this, but the task is already created. It does have all the, it has all the secrets we need.
do an in-depth review of ViewCreator. Do not look at my env vars or the .env example. Only look at the code and tell me exactly what env vars need to be set. List them out line over line. Oh, wow. All right, looks like it's active, guys. No way. Wow, that was so fast. All right. Wow. So we do have a task running, guys. We do have a task running here. Look at this. That's crazy. That was fast. All right, you guys see this? So this is what I see in ECS. So you guys can see ViewCreator Prod Genesis. That's the code name for our AI clipping agent, and it's completed. So it's actually fully deployed now, which is insane. Yeah. So there's probably gonna be a couple more things that we need to do on our end. All env bears. Okay. Yeah. W's in the chat. So we should be able to test this here soon. And this has been a different stream. It's a lot of stuff that you guys can't see, you know, because it's AWS related, but thanks, Linux. I like the positive energy today, guys. Let's go. All right, so, all right, it's running. Yeah, so I'm interested to see the logs coming out of it, though. All right, so we actually, you know what we have to do, guys? We actually now have to push this. Source of the day, what song is this? It's just a playlist. I think there's a playlist. Let me pass in the playlist. It's just in this playlist. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Yeah, I'm streaming on multiple platforms. Twitch, Kick, X, YouTube. Okay. All right, so I'm now going to deploy all these changes. We'll see. A lot of these actually could be breaking changes, but I think we have to send it, guys. I think we have to, I think we're ready. All right, so we're gonna push everything to main now. So we haven't pushed anything to main in a while. Like, watch this. I think if we go to my GitHub profile, we're about to see a bunch of commits backfill. See that says no contributions, 1, 3, 1, 5. That's about to change because I'm about to push all this to main right now so we can test it. So let's compare and pull request.
All right. I'm actually curious as to how many commits I actually did do over the past couple days. Nah, these are all pushed. Be interesting to see. Because you know how I do it, guys? I always kind of stay in the dev branch. Andre said, oh, he's responding to Shri. That's cool. Did I do some cost analysis on having the infrastructure on AWS compared to VPS? New to the stream. Yeah, I mean, I know that a lot of people, it's like, hey, you know, I could go VPS or I could go AWS, and AWS is going to be more expensive. Like, I mean, if I did a cost analysis, it would be way cheaper to do it on anywhere. Literally, I think AWS is probably the most expensive option. But I will say, you know, AWS is a great platform. That's the platform that I'm well versed in. Look at this now. 6, 5, 7, 1, 14. Which actually isn't even that much, to be honest, but we did backfill a little bit. We were literally like pushing like barely any code. We push everything when it works. That's how we operate. Let's fix this. All right. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so right now. If you're just tuning in, we are deploying our AI clipping agent to AWS right now. I've been working on this all day. Pretty, you know, you guys can, you know, I sat down, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be a process. And been in the midst of that process since we got started. I don't know how long we've been streaming, but we're not gonna stop until we get this working. So just gonna keep on going. Thanks, J35. Oh, you know what I doubt is running? If we run test in ViewCreator API, there's no way it's passing, is it? There's no way that's passing. Let's see. Because if the tests aren't passing, then it's not going to deploy, so. Let's see. I'm using Claude Code a lot. Yeah, there's one failing test. Oh, 9, 10. All right. Run npm run test and fix all failing tests. Oh, Giga Chad actually just had a good idea. He said would be fun to test GPT 3.5 Turbo for nostalgia. I can't even imagine. That's actually that's so interesting. All right, let's go, guys. 9 failed. That's all right. All right, let's. While this is fixing these tests, let's actually get these keys. There's a couple keys that
are not. Yes, okay. Review this. This was returned when I asked a different AI assistant about all the EMV vars that were used in the project. Will you make sure that you double check to make sure that all of these are added to the ViewCreator Genesis task definition and that none are missing? Let's see here. J35 said, take me back to copy and paste code from ChatGPT era. Yeah. Crazy. I mean, that was not even that long ago. It was a year ago. Not even. I started using Cursor, I think, in February. Which is just insane. Of February of 2025. Intentionally emitted. Ah, okay. Do we now need to update the code? No. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. All right, so now I need an open router key. I need a Grok API key to actually get this working. So while this is fixing all these tests, we're gonna kind of do a couple things at once. So much sensitive stuff today. Feel bad, but we're grinding, guys. All right, Grok. ViewCreator. I mean, if we can get all this working up into production, do you guys know how crazy that would be? How much is your usage? I expect something like 120 bucks. Yeah, we can check. Let's check. I don't think you, what's the command to actually see the tab? Thank you, J35. I know you're on it. Let's go. All right, I got my Grok API key, or my OpenRouter API key now. Already got Grok. Okay. All right, cool. Thank you, J35.
All right, MPX CC usage at latest. Let's check out the usage. So remember, I only got max. Wow, that's crazy. I only started using Claude Code maybe like a week ago. No, not even. Because Opus 4.5 came out, and I got it. So I got it on Monday. So it's been 5 days, and I've spent $335 on my $200 plan. Oh, zoom it? Excuse me. Yeah, so... Oh, I guess this is total forever? Oh, so this isn't the past... Oh, so it's not $330, this is total. So just in the past week, it's... Okay, it's less than that. It's this. So past week, it's been this. So not $335. Yeah. Do you guys see this? So past 4 days, it's actually been not 335. That's total ever. So it's about 100. Yeah, whoever said 120, that was actually a good guess. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I think it's like that's pretty much spot on. Probably 100, maybe 130. All right, so I do have those keys set. Now I'm pretty much just waiting for these tests to finish. Oh, also, we have to make sure that the build here is finishing. Oh, wow, this is literally still working. So we've had, Composer's been working on this one for a minute. You guys see this? Because this is running npm run build. Yeah, so we'll see here. Got it. Said on the way to 9K subs, mate. Good job. Thanks, man. Yeah. I think we're going to hit 10K probably by... I mean, it could be possible by next Saturday. We'd have to have like a really, really good week. Or I'd like have to grind really hard this week, which I am planning on doing. So it's definitely possible. We'll see. We'll see. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We could hit 10K by this time. I mean, NS is going to come on the stream for the 10K celebration. So we'll see. Right now we're at 8,855. So we could hit 10K. I'm not sure, though. It's possible. It's possible. All right, all tests are now passing. So let's deploy the API now. That was a slog of tests that we had to get through. Do I know the meta? What do you mean the meta? Can I do a resume? I would not do a resume. I'm not a resume type guy. I'll do like a video where I light my resume on fire. Yeah, Infinite Watts, that's what I'm on. I'm on Claude Code Max. All right, so let's push this now. We have GitHub. There it is. All right, yeah. So we got to push this main so it can deploy. Oh, the meta and agentic coding. I mean, there's a lot of different workflows that work for a lot of different people. I think that the best models, I mean, and that's the thing is there's just not, I don't know if there's necessarily, there's so many competitors, there's so many different things that you can do. It's not like there's this one thing that you should be doing. There's like just so many different things. And I think that there's different things that work well for different types of people, right? So I may have a workflow that, you know, wouldn't work for somebody else. Yeah, Claude cooks with Max for sure. But yeah, Claude Code is pretty good. I mean, you have to use something like Cursor. What is the best model? Best model right now is Opus 4.5. But the thing is that doesn't even equate to, like, there's a bunch of different models that are good for different things, right? Like, hey, if you want a model that's gonna do something and not like cost you a bunch of money, then you're gonna use GPT. If you're gonna want a model that does really good at UI, you're gonna use Gemini 3. If you want a model that thinks really, really deeply and hard, you're gonna use like Codex GPT-1 Max. If you're gonna choose the model that does number one in the benchmarks, you're gonna use Opus 4.5. And I'm kind of a whatever is doing the best in the benchmarks. I probably am a big believer in that model. I'm working on pushing this. Guys, the main mission of today is to get our AI clipping agent working up into production. It's a very, very difficult challenge. We've been working the past 3 hours on it. I do think that we are going to get it. I think within the next hour. You know, I sat down and I was like, I know it's gonna be hard, but you know, the best part, and what I do feel like is a little bit of a, let's say, reward for all the effort and hard work that I've put in, is to be able to sit down to do something and know that there's no obstacle that stands in my way from accomplishing what I want to do, right? So, you know, let's say 2 years ago, I didn't know how to set up AWS, right? I didn't know how to do networking. So, you know, when I wanted to do networking, it was incredibly difficult because I had to literally teach myself all of it. But the same, you know, tenacity and drive that you guys see on the streams, it was there then, right? I mean, I taught myself AWS in 10 days. There was no courses, no certifications. I didn't do any of that. I'm fully self-taught. So, you know, but, you know, for example, you know, to that point, when I had to learn that, it was really, really difficult because when you don't know something, when you don't know how to do something, it can be like you're overcoming something, right? I mean, if you told me, hey, you have to get this Python microservice deployed up into AWS and you have to use, you know, AWS Cloud Map and figure that out, that would be a daunting task 2 years ago for me, right? But it isn't anymore because I have enough confidence in myself and I have enough experience now to be able to know, okay, I don't necessarily know exactly how I'm going to be able to get this set up, but I do know that I'll be able to figure it out, right? And I think that being able to have AI in that process and be able to use it, it does make a difference because now I know, hey, I don't know a lot of things, but I can use AI to be able to offset some of the things that I don't know. Brain Character X said I finished setting up Model 2 for image generation. Everything is working now. Nice job, man. Congrats. That's awesome. All right, let's see this. Let's go. So this is actually a pretty big deployment on the API. We're going to have to do a lot of thorough testing because I haven't deployed code here in maybe a week. I haven't deployed to production in a week. So man, there was a ton of TypeScript errors. I should have been running those a little bit more. Vibes are strong today, guys. I usually do recommend starting with vibe coding because you learn programming through experience, right? So, you know, my perspective on it is it's better off to, you know, build and work on projects through vibe coding while you're also learning. I think it's a little bit of a mix to answer Veroma, you know. Looks like this is working really well, so I'm really happy with how this has turned out, guys. We got webhooks working, we got the API key so that it's secure, we got AWS Cloud Map hooked up, we got Genesis deployed, and we'll test the end-to-end integration and production here in a minute. Hopefully this is a green check mark. Yep. Wow. All right, so let me now check. Just because it deploys in GitHub Actions doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to deploy in our environment. So I just want to double check here to see, are we good? Are we good? Because with this update, there were a couple environment variables that were new. Could have missed out on. We'll see. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, though. But it does look like it's cooking up. So I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. It looks like we'll be able to test this in a second, guys. Let's go. Yeah, that's a computer. This is a Mac. This is an M4 Max here. Honestly, the M4 Max is a little bit outdated at this point. That thing only has 36 gigs of RAM, and I need way more to do, like, run some of the programs that I run. So, all right, looks like this is working. Let's see, just to confirm. I mean, man, it's saying 202. We have to wait for these tasks to finish, but it looks like they are running. I wonder what the task definition, we did have them update, and if you guys remember, like, hey, it's calling the Genesis internally. So I'm interested to see, is it clipping worker, use clipping worker true? API base URL. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, this is so cool. Okay. Wow. Okay, I think we're good to test. I think we're good to test. Okay, yeah, we're good to test, guys. We are good to test. In production. First test in production. Is it going to work on the first test that you do in production? Odds are no. But, oh, we have to get this ViewCreator thing launched too. Duh. ViewCreator, the Creator UI. Jeez, what is going on? Why does this have so many errors in it? I mean, this had so many TypeScript errors in it. All right, so I mean, technically we could test with a... The problem is the UI isn't deployed yet. UI isn't deployed. Also, why is this... Alright, let's just... I'm going to turn the music up. I hope that's okay with everybody. But this is kind of just like a vibe stream. We
gotta wait for this to finish, so. How do we have this many TypeScript errors? No, these aren't. These are only TypeScript errors. So with Composer 1, I think it's fine. Because TypeScript errors are pretty simple for Composer 1. What even is this, though? I haven't experienced that with Composer 1 yet. Like, look at you. I literally look back through it. It's fine. Like, this error here was plan slug wasn't imported. That's right. And yeah, looks like it did right. She said it's been running for so long. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're about to test this AI clipping agent in production. We should be good to test. We just have a ton of TypeScript errors on our front end, so. How many paying users have I gotten so far? I actually don't. You know what's interesting is that on Monday, I'm going to calculate that amount to actually be able to tell you guys, because we do have the marketing ViewCreator, using ViewCreator until I reach 500 paying users, and I need to get an actual count of the number of paying users so we can keep track. So on that stream, you'll find out. How did I get the first paying users? What's really nice is because of this series, I did get a pretty big bump. And people just, this has served as a great initial marketing channel for testers and beta users, and it really has done me a lot of good. So I appreciate you guys. All right. Fallback message. Guys, check this out. You guys know what this is? You guys know what this is? This is me canceling my Hootsuite plan. Alright, before you go, please let us know why you decided to cancel your subscription. I'm gonna say ViewCreator AI is way better. Let them know we're coming. Nah, I can't do that because then they'll be on to me. Because then if I do that, then they'll be like, oh, we have to get on these guys. All right, cool. I mean, that was literally gonna cost me $400, and if that tells you anything about ViewCreator, it's like, hey, I mean, hey, this is their experience. I mean, this is Hootsuite. Yeah. Yeah. Geez, the amount of update video with thumbnail. I mean, I'm shocked that we have this many TypeScript errors. I mean, when did we get this many TypeScript errors in our project? A little bit discouraging, to be honest. So these are my connected accounts. Look how great this looks. But one like really cool thing that I do like is to be able to go here and then to go to manage videos. And I can even go to this stream that you guys are watching right now. 145 likes, 1,600 views, and I can just like do suggest tags. I mean, look how cool this is, guys. And then look, I generate 20 tags, and you know, I save it. Like, and that actually helps with SEO. You know, it's just crazy. Yeah, it's all TypeScript. Neek, that's funny. I mean, how do we have this many TypeScript errors, though? I mean, I guess I haven't pushed. No, I've pushed like. Do I have an overview of how much I spend on vibe coding? I mean, I'm pretty open about it. I spend about $600 a month. But I can like do an overview video or something if you guys want me to do that at some point. It's going good. So just as a quick update of where we're at, we have the whole mission of today has been, it's been all about, let me turn the music down a little bit. I know it's probably loud for me to talk. You know, the whole mission of today has been to actually get the ViewCreator AI clipping agent deployed to AWS and working in production, okay?
And we've been working, I think maybe like, I haven't pushed code to production in maybe like 5 to 7 days. I'm not sure exactly, but I know it's a while. So for us to get everything pushed to production is important, but we already have the ViewCreator clipping agent up in production. The only reason we haven't been able to test it yet is because we have a ton of TypeScript errors in this project here in ViewCreator Creator UI, so we can't actually deploy our front-end interface to be able to test it. I mean, technically, we could use, we could just use Postman to test it, you know, to see if it works, right? But I'm just surprised that we have this many TypeScript errors. I've never had this many TypeScript errors. We must have done something that, I don't even know what we did. But this is a lot. This is an abnormal amount of TypeScript errors, is all I'm going to say. I don't even know what genre this is. It's just like, this is AI music. How are we still getting TypeScript errors? This is insane. Geez, how much money is this costing, by the way? Because, I mean, I'm using, you know, Composer, but geez, each one of these is costing about 2 cents a pop. Jeez. I mean, it's not crazy, but probably like $1. It's not bad. Yeah, smart cropping did get fixed. So if you've missed out on what we've been doing, we got this fully functional. So here's where we're at. If you, just to kind of show everybody where we're at, we're fixing some TypeScript errors, but we have everything now up in production, but this is what our AI clipping agent is now able to produce. Watch this. So if I go over here, what I want to do, and whoa, it looks like that my local Look at how good this is.
Redirected. So I got redirected. So that's interesting. So I literally did localhost, right? And it redirected me to this agent mode.
That's as good as Opus Clip.
Did you guys see that? So I put in localhost, right? And then it just redirected me to agent mode over on Google AI Studio. There we go. Okay, so here's ViewCreator. It's pretty good, guys. And this is why, you know, I'm not kidding. I mean, I had people in chat saying, give up. That's how funny this is. I had people in chat saying, you're out of your depth, give up, you know, XYZ. And yeah, we didn't give up, and we got it working the next day, and now we're pushing the code to production. So that's why you don't listen to people that are negative, and you just be optimistic. Be optimistic and put your head down, and you know, be the man in the arena, you know? Look at this. Guys, it totally bungled up my preview section. It bungled it up. I mean, that clipping agent is so good. And what's interesting is that over the coming days, once we actually get this working in production, yeah, Kronos is missing. He's missing. Neek said, I didn't see what the issue was, but you sure you didn't mess up a config file, so it's not picking up TypeScript properly? Yeah, I mean, I just think I have like a ton of TypeScript errors.
Because look at this. I mean, if I run this, right? I mean, it's valid TypeScript errors. And look, so that's just a valid TypeScript error, so just kind of annoying, to be honest. But yeah, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Looks like, how many likes are we at? We got 154 likes. Appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, make sure you do so. But next week is going to be a big week for us, guys. Big week. Big week. Every week's a big week around here. What am I saying? Brother Code said the biggest haters are always watching in the shadows. Yeah. I mean, these are valid. Look at it. Fixing the type error. Form data entry value can be a file, but generation form data only accepts string, number, boolean, unidentified, converting values appropriately. I'm fixing TypeScript errors at the moment, trying to get it so that we can actually deploy this to production, because you can't build it with TypeScript errors, so I'm just surprised we have this many. I mean, we've been fixing TypeScript errors for... Where am I playing this? Vibe coding AI? What do you mean? I mean, guys, you know how you know that you kind of made it somewhat? Can I show you guys something pretty cool? I want to share this with you because I think this is pretty cool, guys. And this is just a testament to, you know, the community and how far we've come. But watch this. I'm in an incognito window, right? And watch this. I go to YouTube and I look up vibe coding. And I'm literally in an incognito window. Look, watch this. We show up first. That's an ad. BridgeMind Live comes up first if you search up vibe coding. That's crazy. That is so cool. Look at that. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the support, guys. That's just cool. BridgeMind Live. YouTube literally knows. They're like, yeah, watch this. They're like, you want to know what vibe coding is? You can watch this guy live. He's live every single day. That's so cool. Like, yeah, vibe coding. BridgeMind is literally the definition of it. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Just the fact that it shows up first. I mean, we're showing up first on YouTube if you search up vibe coding. Do you guys get the same thing? I mean, I don't know if that's just like because of my location or something. I don't know. But I'm in an incognito tab. That's pretty cool. Thank you to you guys, you know. Even Google is below BridgeMind. Yeah. That's insane. Yeah, it's the consistency. We've had 41 TypeScript errors. There's another one. Fourth in yours? Third? Smart Pixel, yeah, almost 8,900, yeah. Yeah, TypeScript is killing me right now. Tina Hyun. Yeah, thanks J35. J35, you guys, if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, we have a vibe coding community that is one of the fastest growing vibe coding communities on the internet right now, and it's totally free to join. And you guys can, J35 just dropped a link in the chat. Make sure you join. I'm gonna give a quick shout out to some new members that have joined today. Let me go take a look. And if you guys already haven't liked the stream or subscribed, make sure you do so. We have a ton of new members today, so I just want to give them a quick shout out. Shout out to Games Gamer, Sinsk, Sid, Avi, Sai, Desama, Daforti, Diepack, Leo, Database Error, Dio Burin, Just Hacked, Andre, Dodosaurus, Chris, New Media, Nagayan, Matrix, Krunu, Braxton, EA, JS, Mark, Tony, Hartik, like Wiggle Rule. Saying the name is hilarious. But yeah, if you guys haven't already joined, make sure you do so. We have a whole community, so you guys are all welcome. Appreciate the support. Hector said, hello guys, new to coding here, recently declared for CE, but it's getting so hard, so uncomfortable. Does anyone have any advice? Start vibe coding, man. Vibe coding is the future, so. Yeah, J35, I saw that too. What am I using for the agent? So I'm using a couple different agents. This that you're seeing right now, this is Cursor, and I use Cursor Ultra, which is $200 a month. And then I also have Claude Code Max, which is also $200 a month. Yeah, some of the names, it's like so funny, Neek, to read them out. You're like, all right, Dodosaurus. So funny. All right. We literally have like infinite TypeScript errors. I had no idea. I think, you know what we probably did? I think that a recent update that I made probably made it so that the build compiler was just a little bit more like, I mean, that's a thing, right? Where you can make it so it won't build. Yeah, I think Composer 1 is probably the best for debugging TypeScript errors, just because they're simple. So they're just rewriting one singular line. But look at, like, there's so many TypeScript errors. What in the world? Yeah, what the world? It's a lot. No. Yeah, Neek, I don't think it's a config error. So, I mean, it's a valid TypeScript error, right? I mean, let's just, maybe we can do this. What am I building? I'm building ViewCreator.ai. You can do !ViewCreator.
Do you see how many TypeScript errors I'm getting? Why am I getting so many TypeScript errors? Don't update any code, but just why am I getting so many? I've never seen this many TypeScript errors. I mean, usually I run npm run build like enough, right? I mean, I'm just surprised that we've had this many TypeScript errors. I didn't think that I had this many. Gemini 3 Pro might be able to help us a little bit. Yeah. K-Bank, I'm cross-checking right now. I mean, we're literally hitting an infinite sea of, I mean, pretty soon, the best way to market your app is going to be with ViewCreator. So probably this here. Would you investigate this and let me know? Oh yeah, I've given Opus a try. It's fantastic. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're about to hit 8,900 subs, so. Also, shout out to Gorkum. Welcome to the community. All right, so investigating here. All right, so we probably, yeah, so strict mode is enabled. So when strict true is set, it automatically turns on a family of strict type checking options, including strict null checks. In strict mode, null and undefined are treated as distinct types. Non-strict mode, string, null, undefined are often interchangeable. Strict mode, if a function expects string, undefined, passing null is now a type error. That is why you are seeing errors like the one in unscheduled. Is it good to have strict mode on, or what's the best practice here? Thriving said Claude Code versus Cursor Ultra. Great stuff, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I would say that I have both for a reason, right? You know, I think that, hey, with Claude Code, you're going to get more usage. Okay, it actually says to keep it on. Let's let Gemini have a shot. I feel like my computer is starting to, yeah, 66. That's not bad. Run npm run build and fix any type errors without breaking functionality. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, some 22150 said always strict mode if you're building something serious. I mean, let's give Gemini a try. You know, I'm just surprised that we have this many type errors. I mean, we've been probably solving TypeScript errors for what? 20 minutes? You know, that's just surprising. Muhammad, how's it going? Droid CLI is free. He said, if you have time, can you please answer my question in Discord? I want to know what's asked to copy to make 10K, how to analyze niches. Thank you, bro, for your channel. You are really motivating me. Thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, I'll check out the Discord after the stream. What app am I using? This is Cursor, but I also use a variety of others. What are these browser? Can I see this? I don't think that Gemini creates that many hallucinations. No, Neek, I think that your thinking was valid. I mean, maybe it was the change to Next 16, but I thought we had already deployed that. I mean, yeah, I'm sure that we had already deployed that. So, yeah, Claude Opus is a lot better. Which AI agent? I'm using Cursor right now. So for those of you watching, I'll just kind of give everybody a brief rundown of ViewCreator. So ViewCreator is an all-in-one platform for social media growth. So what you're able to do with this platform is you're able to connect and manage a ton of different social media accounts. So we've connected and created integrations with YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, X, and Facebook, and then built AI tools on top of this platform so that you are able to actually grow on social media using a singular platform that integrates a ton of proprietary AI technology so that you can have different meaningful features inside of your platform to be able to manage all of these different platforms from one command center. So, we have features like AI content generator, AI agents, we have a tools library, content scheduling, and I can just show you the dashboard and kind of talk about it a little bit more. But, you're able to go here and actually connect your social accounts. So, for example, here, I'm able to connect my YouTube account, my Facebook account, my TikTok account, my X account, or my Instagram account. If I actually go here, what we really are working on right now today is we built an AI clipping agent. So if you guys are familiar with Opus Clip, or there's a bunch of people that do it, but AI clipping is in demand, and just a recent feature that we added was AI clipping. So, from this long form video here, which was about vibe coding with Google Anti-Gravity in Gemini 3 Pro, we were able to create clips. So if I go over here,
that we're able to crop it,
my local
and you guys can see captions, cropping.
So I literally,
and it's a pretty complex system, and we were able to build it in 3 days using vibe coding. And now what we're doing is we are now actually the main goal of today is to actually deploy this and get it up into production, and we actually do have that done. So the hardest part is to actually get the CI/CD pipelines and to configure the task definition to actually get everything running. And now we're just fixing some simple TypeScript errors. So we should be able to get this up and running as soon as these TypeScript errors are solved. So we're getting close, guys. But yeah, if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm live every single day. I don't take a lot of days off. And I don't believe in taking breaks or burnout. So how does it choose the clips? Yeah, so it's an AI system, so it's able to transcribe the video and then actually watch it frame by frame and choose the best clip times to clip and crop. Yeah. But oh my goodness, I mean, how do we have, guys? Next time, somebody remind me to run npm run build once in a while. Somebody remind me. This was a team error. We should have run npm run build a little bit more. Hey, see if that's a good one. What's up? Come back in? Oh, okay. Yeah, it is push-up time. How are we waiting for this many TypeScript errors? One of these times it's going to compile successfully, though, so. And then we will. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. Gotta raise the desk up. All right, let's see here. What? What is this? Is this a test file? What even is this? Handlers. This is a test file. I actually do think we're getting close, guys. I do think we're getting closer. Yeah. Yeah, if we had this many TypeScript errors, I mean, without AI, we would literally be debugging for like days. Or, I don't even know. It is crazy to think about though, isn't it? Alright. You know what I think we can do just while we're waiting? Just in case, because I don't want this to build and then for us to literally just be like, oh, it didn't work. So you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm actually going to use curl and trigger a request on that endpoint to see if we can actually get this this working. So I'm going to do is I'm literally, you guys can't see this, but I'm going to go in to my cookies and grab my access token here. And I'm going to say, now that we have deployed ViewCreator Genesis to production, I want you to trigger a test on the AI clipping endpoint in production at HTTPS All right, then we're gonna try, I mean, we won't be able to see it, but, I mean, we'll be able to see the logs though. So you guys see what I'm doing? Just like while we are waiting. How am I capturing the frames? Gemini 2.5 Flash is doing that for us. So I'm gonna process this video here, and I'm just gonna ping this endpoint pretty much. Alright, so I just submitted that. You guys can't see it, but we'll check the logs and be able to see very quickly. Yeah, that's not correct. Hi, JBR. Yeah, no. Alright. Oh my gosh, is it done? No way. No way did it actually fix. The npm run build has successfully completed without any errors. Oh my gosh, we made it through, guys. That was, I mean, that was awful. How much time we just spent debugging TypeScript errors? Alright, well, we did it, so. Let's confirm. All right. Finally. Oh my gosh. Let's go. All right, time to deploy, guys. Let's get it. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. That was annoying, but had to do it. Had to do it. Had to do it. Now we get to test this. Now we get to what we've been trying to do all along. Let's go. W's in the chat. Let's get it. Alright, so this is now going to be deploying, guys. So we're about to test this. You guys just joined. This is actually the climax of the stream. So we're at the climax of the stream. I want crazy W's in the chat, guys. Let's go. If you haven't liked and subscribed, join the Discord. Make sure you do so. Yeah, this is AI music. Let's go. Alright, so this is going to deploy to ViewCreator. Alright, we're going to turn the music up because this is... We've been working, what, 5 hours? How long have we even been live? I don't know. I don't care, because we don't stop until we accomplish our goals. It's been 4 hours and 50 minutes. That's light work. Light work for us, guys. Let's go. It's building right now. We're about to test it. W's in the chat. Let's go. I mean, everything is up and running in AWS, so now we're just waiting for this amplified build to go, and then we'll be able to test in production. So we are literally just a few minutes away from testing this. Push-up time. Yeah, we'll hit some push-ups while we're waiting. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, that's actually a good idea. That's a good idea. That's dangerous for me though, because here's the thing. Every time there's a push up a clock, I mean, you guys know whether or not I do them, right? But alright, we got about 60 seconds left, and then we'll be able to test this. Let's go, guys. Oh, this lined up perfectly. Alright, check this out, guys. We're about to hit a milestone. If you guys are watching, and you've been enjoying the stream, you like the vibes, and have not already subscribed, we are only 6 subscribers away from 8,900 subscribers. So if you have not already subscribed, make sure you do so. We're about to test this in production. We've been working for 5 hours. This is it. We got maybe 30 seconds left, and then we'll be able to test. Definite code, yeah. I could do that. That would make it really easy for me. What if it was like an AI video of me doing push-ups? Yeah. J35, yeah. Alright. Still deploying. All right, almost done. I'm getting nervous because if it fails, then we're gonna have to keep grinding. Obviously. It's just that this is like a big test, you know? But I mean, everything, I don't think it's code issues. You know, it's working locally. It's gonna be mainly networking issues, so I'm glad that we got past all the code issues. But like, for example, there could be issues with webhooks where, because we have a web application firewall, it could block all the traffic that's coming in, right? So that's like something that I'm on the lookout for. No, I'm using OBS. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We got 125 watchers. And let's see how many likes. 181 likes. Guys, let's get to 200 likes. Yeah, J35. Let's go. I'm still pushing, Ray. Alright. This build is still deploying. Come on. It's in the last step of the build, though. Alright, I'm going to use the restroom real quick while this is finishing building. I'll be right back. Alright, it's deployed, it's deployed. Let's go. Alright, this is it, guys. Alright, watch. So when I refresh, this is going to totally change a lot. Watch that. Look at the UI. Oh. What the heck? Oh. The heck? I was right, it did change. Looks like we have an auth issue verifying access. Jeez. Alright, let me see what's going on. And that's so frustrating. Because then that means there's obviously some simple code issue. I mean, is this happening locally, or what's the deal? I mean, I want it to be happening locally as well. Try an incognito window. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, almost stop. I mean, it's just a probably a simple issue on our end. Just frustrating that I was really hoping that we could test just a bunch of nonsense issues, you know? In production, when I am signing in, I get redirected, obviously, to this domain. When I am testing locally, I do not have this issue, but in production, it is I am stuck on the ViewCreator creator verifying access. Why is this happening in production, not locally? All right, pinpoint the cause of the issue. All right, guys, listen. We're not gonna give in. Yeah, there's a bunch of security policy errors in the console. Yeah, I'll actually drop those in as well. But sometimes those aren't what causes it, you know? Here's what is in the console. Yeah. I mean, it's not, if we go to network, it's not making any network requests. So, you know, that's definitely, you know what I think may have been the issue is when we actually migrated over to Next 16, I don't think that we, let's see, okay. All right, it says that it knows how to do it. It's just that it's gonna take another 6 minutes to even test, right? Have you created tokens? Won't authorize if you don't have created tokens. Yeah, we're a lot further along than that. If you guys are new here, I would definitely advise starting to follow along with the series because you guys will see over the coming days what we've built because it is truly remarkable. I think everybody, that there's a reason that the community is growing so fast, and it's because we're proving what's possible with vibe coding, and we're not doing any like goofy landing pages. We're doing like some pretty hardcore core stuff. This is ViewCreator if you guys are new here, and we're working on. We deployed an updated Next 16 site, and I think that I didn't know it at the time, but I guess I haven't pushed this Next 16 update. So it says that we have a fix already, so we'll see. All right, come on guys, let's keep the vibes going. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. A screenshot of network logs. Thank you. I'll review right now, J35. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna confirm. Thank you, J35. Review these network logs that I was getting before you updated this. Does this confirm that the change that you implemented will be the fixing change? Yeah, it's working. Well, it's working in localhost. It's not working in production, so. All right, so it takes about 6 minutes to run the build. So 6 minutes starting. All right, 6 minutes starting now, guys. And then we'll be able to test if that fixes it. Let's go, guys. I don't play any video games. So I've kind of shared this a little bit, but when I was growing up, my parents didn't get me like an Xbox. They weren't really, they were against gaming. So I didn't really get like a video game console or anything. And so now that I'm older, I don't play video games. Just because I didn't play them when I was younger. I don't have anything against them, I just don't play them. My parents, like, it got me in, like, chess tournaments and piano lessons. Oh, wow, guys, we hit 8,900 subscribers. I missed it. Look at this. Appreciate it, guys. Look at this. Let's go! W's in the chat. 8,900. Coming up on 9,000. That means that, guys, that means we're going to hit 9,000 tomorrow. And as you guys know, I don't take weekends off. I probably won't take another day off until Christmas. We're going to be going insanely hard. Let's go, guys. Let's go, Shree. Let's go, J35. Oh, you play piano too? Let's go. Yeah, I have a piano in my house. I might have to play piano for you guys sometimes. In the future. That'll be for 100K subs. Do a piano recital. Alright guys, we are deploying right now. We are deploying. Let's go, Ray. Let's go, Offer John. Let's go, Last Centennial. Let's go, PNK Sound. Let's go, Jesse. Let's go, Carter. Let's go, guys. Alright, we're going to get this. Neek, I don't know if Neek is still here, but I just saw what you sent in the Discord. That's hilarious. Look at what Neek sent in the Discord. This is so funny. Hold up. Look at this, guys. This is what Neek just sent. That's so funny. Shout out to Neek. That's hilarious. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, here's another link in the chat. I'll drop another link. Make sure you guys join. Alright, we got 3 minutes left on this build, guys. 3 minutes, 3 minutes. And then we'll be able to test, hopefully. Hopefully. Also, for those of you watching over on Twitch, I appreciate you. We got 6 watchers over there that are silent grinders. Neek, let's go. Neek just became a legend. That's hilarious. I'm gonna post on X. That's so funny. Let's go. The verifying bug? I think we fixed that one a long time ago. Let's go, guys. Vibe coding is the future of software development. Let's get it. Alright, we got about a minute and 20 seconds left on this build and amplify, and then we should be able to refresh. Hari said, love the energy here. Let's go. Craig said, I hope it works. If it works, you're a millionaire. Thank you, man. Harry, you can look it up, viewcreator.ai. If you stay up to date with the streams, you'll learn more. But also, you can check the description. There's a lot of people here that have been around for a long time, so I don't I try not to incessantly repeat what ViewCreator is, unless they want the business pitch, unless they want the VC pitch, which I can't do too often, you know. All right, we got 1 minute left, guys. 1 minute, and then we'll be able to see if that was the fix. Hopefully it was. I mean, we did toss it into Opus. So, yeah, the clipping agent's fully functional. We're about to test if it is actually working in production. So it works really well locally. So, for example, you know, here are some examples that we're getting locally. So watch this. So if I go over here, what I want to do, and whoa, it looks like, did my local host get redirected? So I got redirected. So it works pretty well.
That's interesting. So I literally did local host, right? And it redirected me to this.
So that works really well. You know, we got 10 seconds left before we can test it in production. But, You know, and this is what I say. It's like, hey, there's a big difference between getting your code working locally and then actually getting it up in AWS and production and, you know, having everything set up correctly. So the big goals for today have been to get webhooks configured, API keys configured, and then the AWS configuration for the clipping agent, which actually is pretty difficult. So we should be able to test here in a second. Yeah, it looks like this is now deployed. All right, guys, fingers crossed. Let's launch another incognito tab, or not. We shouldn't even have to do that. Or let's do it anyway. Incognito, why not? All right. All right, please just log me in. That'd be fantastic. All right, come on. Let's see the dashboard, please. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. W's in the chat. All right, one. That was a one shot. Okay, so now, all right, this is the moment of truth. Oh, unable. Oh, I know. We're good. All right. I do. Oh, duh. Dang. Okay. So the reason that that's not working is I don't think we deployed our database. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. All right, so it does work. It looks like the tables did not. So updated 1 hour ago. Actions, yeah, last week, yeah, so today, okay. All right, hold on. Today at 2:42, so let me see why this failed. Oh, man, I wish I knew that this failed beforehand. It's always something, guys. Oh, no, we're good. I just didn't deploy it to prod, so we're good. It is always something, though, isn't it? All right, we're good, though, okay. So we just didn't deploy it to production. So pull requests. All right, so we just have to deploy this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot that. All right, we're good. So the reason that failed is just because this here. So this should be good. J35, chill. I'm kidding. Let's go, chat. All right. All right, we can actually watch this one deploy. This one's a lot faster. This one usually takes about, let's see, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. And this is for database migrations to run in production, so. Hold on, I want to double check something. All right. Yeah, Craig. Also, just as a reminder, guys, I'll be live again at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Mark, what's up? Maybe 11:30, maybe it'll be a little bit late, but around there. 11 a.m., 11:30. What is the sales pitch for this app? After we get this deployed, might have to give you guys one. Might have to give you guys one tomorrow. Might have to practice it every single day, but it's in there. Also, if you guys haven't already followed me on X, make sure you do so. There's a link in the description down below. I'm trying to gain more traction on X, Twitch, and obviously the YouTube's blown up, but everywhere else it's a little bit harder to gain traction on some other platforms. So vibe coding is the future. This is hilarious. It literally says the intuitive practice of writing computer code algorithms with positive mental energy and team harmony. That's actually sick. A term popularized within the tech, especially by Bridgemind developers. That is so sick. That's so cool. Shout out to Neek. Alright. Alright, so let's refresh. This should run. Yes! Yes! Alright, now one more thing. Alright, I did force update something because I needed to make sure that environment variables. Alright, so now if I go to ViewCreator, we were getting that error before, but now if I go there, it's not going to throw that error. Wait, let's go back to here. So it was throwing that error before. Is it going to throw it now? No, because we ran the database migrations. Let's go! All right. Now, let me just make sure that this task is up and running, because I did just update it. All right. Yep, it's running. Okay. All right, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. W's in the chat. I might be overhyping something that's going to fail, but meaning this agent, but let's see. Hey, job queued. Let's go. Is it already failed, though? No, not yet. All right, guys. W's in the chat. All right. Let me see the logs. Oh, shoot. No way. Alright, I am seeing that the webhook is failing. So, with a 403 forbidden, and honestly, I think that the reason that this is probably happening is because of the web application firewall. So, yeah, win after win after win. Oh, this song's fire. Review the logs here in the ViewCreator Genesis in AWS. What is happening? What caused the 403 error? That is, that's probably the web application firewall, right? All right, let's go. All right, it's okay, guys. All right, so the webhooks are not. We're getting the 403 on the webhooks. So the webhooks are throwing, you know, a 403. Yeah. So the web application firewall has AWS managed rules, bot control rule set, which is likely blocking Genesis webhooks. So, you know, we're not gonna. This is just gonna stay processing because there's no webhooks. Yeah, J35. The webhooks aren't gonna render in. So we need to add an IP rule set. Oh yeah, it literally says, wow. Yep, I was right. So yeah, it literally says that it blocked it. Great, it's fixing it. So it was that application firewall. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it. You know, and I think that the main thing with software development and what's interesting about this whole journey is that there's a lot of truth to be said about when you have the mentality that no matter what happens, you're just not going to stop. You pretty much become unstoppable because, you know, that's your mentality, right? So even like, you know, there's people that come in, they say, just quit. You know, you don't have, you're not a real developer, you know, whatever, you know. And the thing is that a finance dropout that has an insane maniacal drive is going to outperform with vibe coding some really good developers. I now need you to create a GitHub action workflow so that when we push to the main branch, it properly is able to update and push the latest image to ECR. And then after that finishes, it's able to properly take that latest image and force update the service with the latest image. All right. Come on, guys, let's go. Yeah, there's a lot of money in the clipping industry. Yeah, guys, I mean, I don't even feel like 6 hours is nothing, you know, and here's the thing. I work 10 hours a day. You know, sometimes I stream for about, probably on average, maybe around 3, just because what I found is that that is like what works best. I mean, usually a 3-hour session, it makes it digestible for everybody. It's enough time where it's a long time where we can all grind together. You know, but I will say that, you know, I work all day. I wake up, I'm insanely excited to work, and I just really enjoy it, right? I'm excited to get after it. You know, I'll probably, after we finish up here, I'm going to go to the gym, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to do a vibe coding, no talking stream tonight, because, guys, it's Friday night. Do you know what plans I have? What do you guys think I'm doing? Hanging out with friends? Hanging out with my girlfriend? No, I don't have a girlfriend. And I don't believe in wasting my time going to the bars. You know, I hung out with my family yesterday for Thanksgiving, and I'm locked in now. I'm back. I'm not taking any days off. We're probably going to be doing a vibe coding, no talking stream tonight because we need to make progress. Progress needs to be made. If we want to achieve our goal, we're going to have to work incredibly hard for a very significant amount of days in a row. You know, that's what I was talking about with momentum. We have a ton of momentum right now. I use Stripe, ZX Muffin. J35 said, one small issue in clip duration. When I select one option, it should deselect other options. I should not be able to select multiple clip durations. No, you actually do want to be able to select multiple clip durations. Like, you want different options, not just one. All right, it wants me to deploy. All right. All right, let's go. So it says that it fixed it. Let's go here. Let's go, guys. Smart Pixel, that's what I'm talking about. Smart Pixel said that he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, no girlfriend, just enjoying himself. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah. All good, J35. No, I appreciate it, because you do have a point. I don't think that feature works very well. So I appreciate you bringing it up, because we'll need to definitely revisit it, so. Alright guys, we got 204 likes. Let's go. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And guys, you know, this is just development in general. You know, it's like, how if you went back through this stream, how many problems have we ran into, right? And then just absolutely obliterated. You gotta destroy obstacles. There's no obstacle that should stand in your way. What do we do with obstacles, guys? We destroy them. Let's go. Let's go, Craig. Yeah, Offer Johns. Yep, you're spot on. I mean, no girlfriend. I mean, I'm not necessarily against it. It's just that I think that if you're somebody that really wants to be in a relationship, it kind of puts you in a man-down position because you should be like totally cool with yourself, right? That's the best place that you want to be. When you're totally cool with yourself, when you're happy with what you're doing in life, when you're driven, when you're motivated, when you're grinding, it's not necessarily that I'm like, no girlfriends. It's just that like, hey, I could really take it or leave it, you know? How do I integrate Stripe? You know, I would just talk to ChatGPT about it. You know, it is like a decently complex process, but you could probably figure it out in like an hour or two with vibe coding. Yeah, Craig, let's go. Aperium X said, hey man, how's it going? It's going great. We're having a great day, guys. You know, we faced a lot of tough obstacles today, and we have beaten all of them. So I think that we'll see here. This deployment will be a test to see if this is going to be able to go through. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Join the BridgeMine community. Alright, let's go, guys. Thanks, Bold Falcon. Let's go. Is anybody else vibing like insanely hard to this music right now? Or is it just me? Let's go. The thing is so Alex, to your point, you know, the thing is if I go out and I say, oh, I need to get a girlfriend while I'm young, I need to have a girlfriend, then I'm not okay with who I am, right? Because then I'm looking for an external person to make me happy, right? And I think that, you know, a girl, it's actually interesting because it's like a paradox where then a girl will come when you've reached the point where you are totally fine being by yourself and that you're to a point where you're just very confident and you're happy with who you are. And I think that it is just like an interesting concept because, all right, it looks like this build is working properly. So I just wanted to check to make sure we weren't having an issue, but yeah, we're good. This should build. Let's go. Metheus said, I'm very grateful to you for the beautiful energy you radiate to us daily. Let's go. Let's go. Floorjan said, love the stream. Keep it up. I will. You guys know that I'm not stopping. I probably won't take any days off for the next 4 weeks or until Christmas. Whenever Christmas is, I probably won't take any days off until Christmas Eve. So we're locked in, guys. And you know, that's what I was talking about this morning, you know, with do not lose your momentum. Like, guys, we have so much momentum right now. The BridgeMine community has so much momentum. It's growing, it's building, it's true, it's engaged, it's authentic. You know, I just think that we have so much going for us that we have to push harder than ever right now to put us in a position to succeed in 2026. Because, guys, this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. All right, let's go. All right, it's deploying to ECS right now, guys. Let's go. Florjan said how to donate. So guys, that's actually one thing for anybody that's new here. I do not monetize this channel. I'm not monetizing and I'm not taking any sponsors because, you know, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a community and, you know, I'm not trying to become a content creator. Oh, shoot. Man, that's... All right. All right, it did fail on the second here. No, it's all good. Listen, to that point, sorry, I got distracted because I had to make a fix. We did get a bug in the deployment, but here's the thing. If you guys want to support me, join the Bridgemind community and just help other people in the community, okay? That's how you can support me. You can support me, you can support the community. You know, just like the video, subscribe, join the Discord, be an engaged member of the Discord. You know, that's all you have to do. I'm not trying to make money off you guys. I'm trying to build a community and build something that's actually going to last and actually make an impact on the world, okay? And if I turn into a content creator that's just trying to profit off of the community, then what does that say about me, right? I'll tell you what it says. It says that I failed because that's not what I've set out to do. That's not what the mission is. The mission is to prove what's possible and to accomplish this mission of vibe coding an app until I make $1 million. It's not vibe code an app until I make $1 million so I can gain a huge following and then get sponsors and monetize my goofy YouTube channel. Yeah, no, that's not what it's for. I'm on a mission. I'm sharing the mission. And the mission is to vibe code an app until I make $1 million. And that is the true sole focus. And we're building a community in the process. That is a part of that mission. So if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, it's pinned in the chat and it's in the description as well. And make sure you subscribe. And yeah, that's it. All right. So it stinks. I'm going to have to redeploy all this. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, let's go, Craig. Yeah, I'm definitely an American. Matthew, thank you. Let's go, Craig. I did have one of my college professors. He did say he was like he did refer. He said something like about remember me when you're a billionaire. I was like, what the heck? What the heck? I was like, I don't know if you're just trying to wax my chain, but appreciate it, man. All right, so. All right, so 1 minute ago. All right, whoa, that one ran like 30 seconds. That actually work? Hold up here. I don't know why that ran so fast. Hold on, let me get into the AWS Management Console. J6 said, you're still wrong about AWS credit stars. I don't think you know my background, but I mean, J6, listen, I know that, you know, it's expensive and it gets expensive as you scale. But hey, it's not gonna jump from $600 to like $4,000 unless, at least on my current infrastructure, right? So you don't know my infrastructure, right? So I know my infrastructure well. You know, I have, you know, with Bright Choice, it was about 3,000, so, you know. All right, let's see if this is actually deploying. All right, so this is in progress. So, all right, 1 minute ago, 17 seconds ago. So this is starting. The other one's going to deprovision. All right, logs. Yeah, I'm going to go to the gym soon, but I'm addicted to making progress and to winning, so I'm having a hard time stopping. But the only reason I want to go to the gym is so I can get a break, so I can think of new ideas, and then come back refreshed later tonight. Yeah, the prof definitely wants 10K. When? All right. All right, I mean, it's saying that's ready. It's saying it's ready. All right, let's live tail this, and then let's send it a request. All right, I'm live tailing. All right, so this actually will be a good test. All right, come on. All right, chat. W's in the chat. Let's go. All right, so these are gonna come in. Oh wait, that's localhost. Oops. I would have been like, let's go. All right, clipping agent. All right, job queued. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, my gosh. It got accepted. Ooh. All right, logs are not looking good, chat. I mean, I'm still getting... Hold on, let me make sure. I'm getting different issues. I mean, it's just a... I mean, we have it working locally. Webhooks are still failing. Tasks. Yeah. Dang. All right. I mean, it still works locally, right? I mean, did I, like, break this? Yeah, Appear in production's deployed. We're testing it. We've been doing so much, and we had to fight through so many issues that, you know, we're just now getting a real chance to test it. You know, it's possible that we actually messed up. No, it looks like it is working locally, so... Yeah, look at that. All right, that's locally, though. That's locally. So that's local. And then, yeah, just webhooks. I think there's an issue with a couple things here. Dang, I just can't stop until we get this working, so... Okay, now I deployed that. Now review the latest issues that I got when trying to run this in production. These are the logs coming out of CloudWatch from the ViewCreator Genesis. Diagnose what is causing this. Pinpoint exactly what's causing it, as remember, this is working perfectly locally. Let's go, guys. Also, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, or you're new here, I'm live every single day around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I take very minimal days off. I believe in momentum and progress and absolutely obliterating all the obstacles. And that's what the BridgeMind community is doing. We're proving what's possible. Let's go, guys. We cannot lose momentum. Thank you, J35. Let's go, Johnny. Yeah, I'm solo. I'm solo right now. Well, I'm not solo. I got the Bridgemine community on my back. By my side, on my back, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. But, whatever. Let's go. ZX, I did, but you can also, there's other ways to get it to work. Alright, said that if I found the issue, so. Hey, BNK Sound said if I had a spaceship, you're coming on it. I mean, the Bridgemine community is going to the moon, so. Alright, said that I found the issue. Yeah, the Bridgemine community is in a spaceship. We're headed to Mars. We're gonna land on the moon as a pit stop, and then we're gonna head to Mars. So, J35 says that we're already on the moon. You think so? I mean, we have come a long way since what, day 8? Okay, this is actually interesting. This is oh, that's interesting. Alright guys, if you guys are new, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, there's a link in the chat to the Discord. We are grinding. I'm making some updates in AWS right now, trying to get this to work. We have like some WAF issues, some deployment issues. Yeah, Neek. Let's go, Acid. This is ViewCreator. Anti-gravity's okay. Yeah, thank you for being respectful, J6. Yeah, I've got a typo RM, and I've built a system that is able to generate the migrations automatically. All right, so it says that it fixed it. So, all right, it says deploy both changes. So let's do it. All right, let's go. All right, so that one's deploying. We did have an issue. If you guys noticed, like when we deployed that container, I think one problem that we potentially may have had was that it like deployed without building. So maybe there was an issue. Yeah, I'm using FFmpeg, and there's something called like ASS in FFmpeg to be able to do the captions. No, I'm using Frontier Models Mag. So like Gemini 3 Pro, Claude Opus 4.5, GPT 5.1, Codex. All right, so I want to check the Genesis one, because that one was weird. The last time it ran, it like didn't build properly. Like, if we look at this one, see how this took 37 seconds to build? So it's possible that that one didn't actually build the latest container for whatever reason. I think there was some type of cache issue. But guys, I'm gonna grab a glass of OJ real quick. I'll be right back, because this is gonna build for the next few minutes, but I'll be right back, guys. This is gonna be a good test. It could work. All right, let's go. No, it doesn't work on Windows. It doesn't just work on Windows 10s. Because we're using, think about it, we're using Docker, so it's not running locally. Mr. Med, it looks different than it used to. So if you're asking me, do I learn software development like I used to in 2023? Then no. It looks way different than it used to look. This OJ is literally blowing my mind right now. This is gas. Let's go. All right, guys. All right, let's check up on the old API. See how that's doing. ViewCreator Genesis. That is a sick name. All right, this is still building as well, deploying. Let's go digital. Nice work. Yeah, that's the way to do it. It's an all-in-one platform for social media growth. And it's already got 1,000 users. All right, nice. HTML production is just related to the Docker build. I think we're gonna fix it here, Imperium. I think this is it. I think we've got it. It's built. It's deploying right now. We'll be able to test this, and it is deployed. All right, so I want to make sure that this actually used the latest. Oh. All right. Well, I see what's wrong. It didn't actually, the workflow didn't actually create a new revision, so. No, Offer John, it's not UI. It's not the TypeScript errors. It's these errors. This is very simple. This is to be expected. You know, when you're deploying stuff to AWS, things will function differently, and as you kind of play around with it, you fix the errors of like, oh, this is what is not working in production, and this is what I needed to change locally so that it works in both. So, you know, that's what we're going through right now, and it's a little bit unfortunate is that it took us, you know, to this point, let's say maybe like 30 minutes ago, to actually start getting to some of these deeper errors for testing. You know, how long have I been live? Yeah, so about 6 hours. So it took us about, you know, maybe 5.5 hours to be able to get to the point where we are able to test in production. So, I mean, this is normal. This is normal. We'll be able to get it solved today. I'm probably going to go to the gym here soon. We're going to be able to test this configuration here in the next minute or two. This stuff looks like it is deploying. It's running. So we're going to test this. Okay, yep. Running. So let's see. It looks good. Okay, so we're gonna start tailing, and we're gonna test this again. And if this doesn't work, I probably will take a step back and go to the gym, just so I can get a little bit of a break, eat some food. But I'm gonna be back tonight for a Vibe Coding No Talking stream, and we're gonna get it solved in that stream for sure. I'm not gonna be talking, but you know, a lot of this stuff you guys can. So if you guys want to hang out, come vibe, come grind along with me, then I'll be grinding tonight. So, all right, I am. All right, I am tailing. No, it's not cores. Oh, man. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I failed. All right, that's all right. We'll get it figured out tonight, guys. I think with that being said, I think that this is a good place to stop for now. So thanks everybody for tuning in today. We are so close. We are going to be able to get to this solved today. We're not going to get to it in this stream. But tonight, if you guys are around tonight, I probably will be live again in maybe 2.5 hours, depending on just like what time I finish dinner and how long I end up working out. But we're going to get this today. That's still on the board today. So we're going to get that done. I'm actually super happy about the progress that we did in this stream, because the pipelines are configured. Everything is set up and structured. We just need to solve it's literally like 30 minutes of debugging, but I definitely want to get to the gym and take a step back and kind of think about what we need to do. So if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you guys do so. Join the Discord. And again, I'll be live later tonight as well as tomorrow. So